good, Knicks Nation? Tonight, we got an action-packed show as we head into the throes of free agency and the offseason. We're going to talk about some of these trade rumors. Will KD be back on the Knicks horizon? We'll talk about some of the other desired targets that are out there. We'll also talk about the second apron tonight. I want to spend some time on that. And I want to ask you guys a question. Is it time for the Knicks to head into that second apron? We're going to definitely touch on that. Also, was Obi Toppin sending shots towards the Knicks? He made a comment talking about whether or not, having fun playing for the Indiana Pacers because not being alongside a guy who dribbles. We're going to definitely talk about that. And, of course, we'll talk about free agency, right? Potential free agents that people like to sign. We might even touch on some of the mid-level exceptions. But this is the call-up show. This is the place where you can get your voice heard. So make sure you guys call up tonight. I think it's going to be a really good show. I look forward to it. Now let's get to it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the call-up show, and I am your host, Karan Pierre, the Objective Fan, straight out of Kings County, New York City's finest. And you know the vibes, y'all, man. Welcome, man. Another Friday in the books. Man, we got some things to talk about tonight. Before I begin, I'm going to say what's up to some people in the chat. Wiley says, I'm falling asleep waiting. Hey, man, I'm sorry, Wiley. But we started. Hopefully you call up. Salute to Yuri. I see you in the building. Knicks Tape Madness, Discord server, channel member. Crimes Dad, I see you in the house early. Man, listen, man. Hey, Crims Dad, if you fall asleep, you can always watch the replay, man. But we got our first caller. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from? Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
Yo, it's Moses from Queens, man. What's going on,
Moses
bro?
from Queens, man. Salute, man. How's it going?
Ain't nothing, man. Look, I'm not mad because we got eliminated by the Pacers. You know what I'm saying? But I just know this, man. The fact that they went to the Eastern Conference is just a step further from the finals, man. But look, I just want to say this: is that what you think about? The center on the bench. I don't know his name.
On whose bench? On our bench?
Yeah.
To my Ariel?
Yeah, I think so. He needs to get playing time this season coming up. And
Okay.
I don't know if Achua is gonna want to come back. You know, even though Tibbs is gone, so there's a chance.
Yeah, Tibbs is gone. We don't have no official reports on nothing from nobody on the Knicks. We don't know nothing. Mikal Bridges extension. I mean, everything is tight-lipped as
You know
usual.
what's crazy? They was talking. I heard it on YouTube. They was talking about they trying to get Dante DiVincenzo back, but the question is,
that's cap. That's cap.
That's
not
cap.
happening.
But then again, it's like, how are we gonna get him back?
You could get him back. You could get him back, but you're gonna have to probably come off of Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges. Would you be willing to do that?
And I'm not getting rid of Josh Hart. But would you
you're
give
gonna have to give something to get some.
Yeah, but the thing is, I like, it's crazy because I like my barbershop. They heavy Knicks fans. They said, listen, they'll get rid of Mikal Bridges just to bring back Dante DiVincenzo. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't understand why we would need Dante DiVincenzo. To be honest, we need a playmaking two guard that can take the pressure off of Brunson making plays. That is not Dante DiVincenzo. Great shooter.
No, he said
play.
Dante DiVincenzo to come off the bench. I mean, listen, I wouldn't mind him coming off the bench. You know what I'm saying? But
I mean, I just don't feel like it fills the glaring need. We need a two guard that could defend point guards. Mikal Bridges is not it. If you want to
what
return,
you think about DeJounte Murray?
I would love DeJounte Murray, but he's coming off injury.
Yeah.
So that's kind of risky. And I
Yeah.
don't know his contract. His contract might be a little crazy. I gotta look into that. I'm not sure about the contract.
What you think about Steven Adams?
Steven Adams, the big man from Houston.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's a
Why
free
do we
agent. I
need?
heard.
Why do we need another big man?
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we need another big man? And what was the player we just said?
hmm.
What was the player's name that you said before Steven Adams?
No, I mentioned Dante DiVincenzo, uh, Dejounte Murray, and the
Yeah,
player
yeah,
that
yeah. There you go. That's what I want to
Dejounte.
look up. Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
look up DeJounte Murray. That's exactly who I want to look up
if
to
he was
see how
healthy,
much.
you would love to have him here, right? If he was healthy, right?
Man, he would be a perfect fit to me. You know, he's making $30 million. So in order to get him, you would have to trade Bridges and Deuce to get him. I don't think that that's a smart trade, but I'm
Yeah,
just telling you what it would cost to get a guy like that.
yeah. I mean,
So,
do you think that like Mikal Bridges
mhm.
fit in New York, or he don't
Yo,
fit?
you know something funny, right? We
Right,
talked about this before, but I think it's time to break up Wingstop. I think when you look at it, Mikal Bridges and OG play the same position on
right.
on on offense, right? They both threes. Now, OG can play the four a little bit, but he doesn't rebound the ball. Like you need rebounding on the floor.
Yeah.
OKC showed you that when they lost game 6. When they went to that stupid little lineup. I hate when they go away from the double back. I swear to God, I hate when they do it. But because they're so good when they stick to their guns. But rebounding is a vital aspect, right? So I
Yeah,
don't think I don't
I'm
think
seeing
on the
it.
defensive end,
Uh-huh.
Mikal Bridges guarding point guards. I don't like it. I don't think it's his strong suit, right? I don't think that he's better suited guarding twos and threes. Period.
Right.
That's just what Mikal is. And on offense, he doesn't make plays for others. So on the offensive end, he's like a small forward. He's not going to come dribble the ball. He's not dribbling and making plays for
You
others.
know what's crazy?
That's what we need.
You know what's crazy? If only this guy was healthy, man. If it wasn't for this stupid injuries, man. Oh my goodness.
Who we
Man,
talking about?
he was a star. And this guy would have been probably a perfect, like him and Jalen Brunson would have been like a killer in the backcourt. You know who? Guess
Who?
who? I miss John Wall.
Oh man, damn you. Yeah, he's yeah. John Wall and Brunson, I don't think would have worked because John Wall is not a good defender. He's also someone that needs the ball in his hands. He's a point guard. We need a two guard. Like we need a two. Now we don't need another point guard on the floor with Brunson. We need a
Yeah.
two guard, like a Neemhar. Yo, I swear, Neemhar is the perfect player that would go with Brunson. I wish we could clone Neemhar and put him on the Knicks because he would be the perfect him and Brunson. It would be
What
great
you think about
together.
Bradley Beal?
No, he don't play no defense, and he makes too much money. And the Suns are a second apron team.
Yeah,
Did you
that
watch
helps.
my show? Did you watch my show on Wednesday about breaking
No, I
down the
didn't
free
get a chance.
agents?
I did not get a chance to. But
You gotta watch that show. You gotta
I
watch
gotta
that
watch
show
that.
because I explained all of this apron stuff and a
Hmm.
lot of the trades that you're projecting. Like we went over why some of those trades are just not likely to happen. Like Bradley Beal, he makes way too much money and he has a no trade clause. So
Yeah,
he decides where he wants to go. Right?
yeah,
But when
yeah.
you're trading with a team like Phoenix, they're a second apron team.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of restrictions that comes with those types of teams. So it's
Like
going to be very
but
difficult.
you definitely would have said, Dejounte Murray would have if he was a free agent, you would have definitely tried to pick him up, right?
Well, we wouldn't be able to sign. His price tag is way too much. He's making $30 million. We only have $5.7 million allocated to us. as a first apron team, so we
Yeah.
couldn't sign anyone more than that.
Yeah, that's why I said they should have never paid OG and Anunoby 200 something mil. I would have given him Why 160 mil. You know what I'm saying?
Then you wouldn't have had OG Anunoby, because OG Anunoby, one of the things that he made clear was, I need to get paid. He didn't care about nothing else. His sticking point was, that's why Toronto traded him, because they didn't want to give him the $200 million.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But he
So
fits
did you hear about Obi Toppin's comments?
Yeah, he said, yeah, you see, that's Tibbs was not a good coach. He said something like that.
He said that this offense playing in Indiana is more fun because you don't have to stand around and watch one guy dribble.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
Man, I mean, the way Indiana's playing, that's actually true. You know what I'm saying? But then again, when Obi was here, you know what I'm saying? When Grimes was here, Tibbs wasn't playing and wasn't giving those guys that much minutes. You know what I'm saying? So that's what probably backfired. That's what probably got Tibbs gone. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, to me,
what got Tibbs gone was the starters.
yeah.
It wasn't the bench guys complaining to Dolan. I don't think Dolan cares about bench guys. It was them starters that went in the office and said, hey, I don't think I could play another year for Coach Tibbs. And when you got star players who you invested into, whether it's OG, whether it's, I don't know who said it, but we know it was said, then the owner was forced to make a final decision. But I want to talk about Obi, right? First off, Obi, his game is predicated on getting assisted on. So like his buckets come from passing, right?
Uh-huh.
Even though Indiana has a style where it's not just one guy dribble. They got multiple guys that dribble. But he still needs someone to pass him the ball. It's not like Indiana unlocked a new Obi where he's dribbling, he's taking dudes off the dribble, and you see Obi getting dunks, right? You don't see Obi on the low block posting up. No, everything he gets is lobs or threes. He ain't doing nothing different than he did in New York. He's shooting threes in the corner, and he's getting dunks. Man, I'm gonna let you get your final words, brother.
Yeah, man. I mean, they said they definitely not looking to bring back Grimes. But the thing is this: would you try to, like, two things I want to say? Would you bring back Grimes?
Okay.
And would you bring back Grimes? That's the first question. If you can't get
Right.
nobody else, would you bring back Quentin Grimes?
No, you're not gonna be able to afford him.
Oh, okay.
If we could afford them, then I listen. All these guys you're naming, if we could afford them, hell yeah. I mean, I think they're all quality, players. But
yeah, but you notice that they play like they play better when they was in New York. You know what I'm saying? But Tibbs wasn't playing those guys, and I get it. And that next thing about the coaching situation, to me, I would love to have Jason Kidd here. And because I think he worked perfectly with Jalen Brunson, and he could kind of mentor Brunson and kind of mentor, our guards. And don't forget, I forgot we had Kolek. Kolek. Kolek needs to get some playing time. Would you keep him, Kolek?
Bro, he's under contract, so he's not going anywhere.
But
unless they trade him.
When the season coming though, would you trade him or would you keep him and give him a chance?
Honestly, man, and I talked about this on the podcast on Monday. I'm not sure if you heard about that show. I told you the 3 moves I wanted the Knicks to make.
Well, what are they?
I'm gonna tell you 2, right? So I feel like we need a ball handling 2 guard that preferably can play some defense and guard point guards.
But who can we get though? That's the thing. Like, how are we gonna get? We don't got enough money to get them.
I mean, no, not everything is free agents. You can make trades, sir. You got Mikal Bridges. You can shake up. You can make some trades. You can always make trades. Now, some of these guys are your beloved guys you don't want to give up, but Leon Rose tells you every year he's making a trade. By the way, salute to the channel members. I hope y'all listened to that unfiltered thought I did today. I kind of dropped it, just boom, spare in a moment. I was talking about, hold on real quickly. I was talking about why it's impossible for the Knicks to run it back. But also, I'll tell you the second need. We also need a real power forward. if we're not gonna go with Precious Achua. So
Yeah, I don't. But that might change Precious Achua's mind since Tibbs is gone. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So,
yeah.
so I mean, this time when the season comes, play those guys, man. So this way, because you need your bench. Your bench is important.
Okay.
In fact, what I want, not only the defense part, I think like I would rather have Jason Kidd here, but I highly doubt Kidd will be here, even though
Mm-hmm.
Kidd probably wants to leave Dallas. But I want the Knicks to be a fast-paced team, like a running gun, like a fast-paced team, like on both ends of the court, good defensively and also fast-paced offensively. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the Knicks are capable of doing that. You think so?
I think anything's possible with trades, brother.
Yeah,
Trades and a
definitely.
new
But just
coach.
get the right players in here, the right coach. I mean, which coach would you want to see? I think I want to see Kidd. Stephen A. said Mark
I'm gonna keep it
Jackson.
real.
Some people
I
say
don't.
bring back Mike Woodson.
I don't really care about the coach. For me, the coach search is secondary because we really need that superstar player. So here's how I look at the coach, landscape. We need a coach that's going to get the most out of Towns and Brunson. We need to get them to the next level of stardom if they can get there. We need them at a first team level. And if we could get a coach to bring that out of them, all the best, brother.
Yeah, definitely, man. But
Mm-hmm.
I just can't wait to see who we get. Like I said, Leon Rose know how to make magic happen. You know what I'm saying? We've seen him did it
He,
before. I'm
oof.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he could do it again. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure he could do things. We don't know what he's doing behind the scenes right now.
I
So
know, and I can't wait to see it. And
I
I'm
just can't
holding
wait
him
to
to
see
a
it.
high standard. I'm holding him to a high
Like
standard.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I just wish that because here's the thing: if we could get Steven Adams here, I don't. I mean, I don't say I hate Cat, but if we could get Steven Adams is in his 30s, right? Late 30s, right?
I'm not sure, but
Yeah, but if we could get Steven Adams here, then I would trade Cat and bring back Julius Randle. That's what I would do.
oh, right, okay. You went to a whole nother level. I don't know, brother. But
Bring back the
thank you,
chemistry.
Moses, for
They
calling,
get
man. I
that. They
appreciate the
get
call, brother.
yeah.
Salute. All right, that was Moses. Yeah, as soon as he hung up, the other call. Hold on, keep the calls coming, y'all. Keep the calls coming. Let's see if I get this 845 number back in the building. Yuri, I'm coming to you next, but I got another caller that's ahead of you. 646-995-8389. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
Oh, what's going on? It's Whit from upstate. How you doing, brother?
How's it going, my brother? I'm all
Uh,
well, man. Listen, I'm feeling all right. It's the off season. It's a lot of excitement. We got trade rumors. We got coaching search. I mean, it's a lot to talk about, brother. Well, what says you?
I'm pretty good, man. I'm over the Tibbs things now. I'm excited for
Okay.
the off season. I
Yes.
still I did see your show earlier this week about some of the free agents you were looking for. Now,
Okay. Which was the
yeah, go ahead.
podcast on Monday with the three
Yeah, yeah,
moves?
yeah, yeah. Yes, yeah,
Okay.
yes. Now that two guard, that kind of playmaker, man, those guys are expensive. I don't know if we can get one through free agency, maybe through a trade, but I don't think we can get one through a free agency because I was looking through the guys, and the only
Yeah.
guy that really fits your mold, what you're talking about, is probably James Harden. You know what I mean?
Nah, nah,
James
nah,
Harden.
nah, nah. Mm-mm. He's a point
Ja-
guard. He's a
He,
point guard.
he's a combo guard. You know what I mean? And then, yeah,
But
I
his
understand.
usage rate is too high. Like I'm looking for the perfect example of what I'm looking for is DeJounte Murray
You know what I
on the
mean?
Pelicans.
What about
He's the perfect example of what I'm talking
what about Malik Beasley
about. Or Nembhard
or
from
Nima?
Indiana.
Okay, okay,
He's another good example of what I'm talking. Oh, but you said Beasley.
yeah.
I don't know, like you said, if we can afford him. Um, I'm not sure if you watched my Wednesday show. I did a Wednesday show. It was basically the off-season guide to understanding the Knicks free agency, and I was breaking down the apron scenarios, right? I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
which
yeah,
way
yeah.
Leon Rose
Yep.
is gonna. I don't know which way he's gonna go, but I'm gonna tell you this: any first apron acceptable move that we can make is going to hard cap us at the second apron, right? So let's
Right.
say we sign Malik Beasley for the 5.7, right?
Right.
We instantly become hard cap at that apron. Hold on, let me see if I can show you guys. I could give you guys a visual while I'm explaining this,
Mhm.
because I mean, it's not rocket science, but it's the NBA politics, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of
So
course, I did a deep dive on myself, man. I was using
yeah,
ChatGPT and everything, man. I was like, oh, well, this is
salute
this
to
is pretty
Chat
in depth. You know what I
GPT.
mean? Yeah, I mean.
Now look, we got $8 million in space, right?
Hmm.
So if you sign, and remember, this $8 million, right, would be to sign 3 guys if we're hard capped at that second apron. So if you sign one guy for $5.7 million, you're only going to have 2.3 million to sign 2 more guys, because you will only have 12 players on the contract, and the NBA rules says that you have to have 14 players on the contract. So it's a sticky situation. Now you could free up an additional 2.5 to 5, depending on who you trade. Now through a trade, you could free up a couple of dollars, right? I don't know if that's the angle that Leon Rose is going in, or you can become a second apron team. Now I got a question for you. Do you think that it's time for the Knicks to step up to the plate? Big market, right? I think are we the second? No, we're not. Are we the third highest value team now? The Lakers were sold for $10 billion. I think that puts the Lakers at number 1, then the Warriors number 2, then us. So we're a top 3 team, right? Is it time for us to put on our big boy pants and go into the second apron? Because let me give you another alternative, right?
Mhm.
Precious Achua has bird rights. So
Right.
if we convince Precious to come, we can sign him. Let's say he wants $10 million, right? That'll
Hmm.
eat up this $8 million. Now we're a second apron team. And when you're a second apron team, you get a $5 million taxpayer exception that you could use on a free agent. So now
Right.
you got Precious, you get a free agent for $5 million, and then of course you got the veteran million, so you could finish your team out. You don't have to sign another guy for $2 million, right?
Right.
Do you think it's time for us? And I don't want you to use that example unless you want to. I'm just trying to give you an example of this, what the second apron will look like.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Do you think that we should consider going into the second apron, right, at this point in time?
I mean, you have to. Leon Rose said himself, like the main goal is a championship. Everything else is secondary.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right.
You
Okay.
know, so if you feel like if you want to reach your goal, and that's one of being a second neighbor team will get you there, you got to do it. You know what I mean? And this Bridges contract is going to be, is going to be very, very interesting in my opinion. For me, man, listen, I'm gonna be outside MSG with my car, right? And I'll
Mm-hmm.
take Bridges to the airport. I don't, you know what I mean? That's just my opinion. You know what I mean? But if he signs that contract, hey, you know what? We're gonna have to go for it. You're gonna have to be a second apron team because I feel like if the Knicks don't become a second apron team, they're worried about other things besides winning, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
So real quickly, I hear what you're saying about Bridges, and I want to touch back on that in a second. I just want to just make something clear, because this is very confusing, right? And the reason why I did that show on Wednesday is because a lot of people are bringing up trades that we can't do, right? And I know it's because they don't even understand, aprons and salary, right?
Sure.
So Mikal Bridges, his salary will impact us next season. Right now,
Yes, it
he's
will.
under contract. So his $25 million, $24.9 million, that's on the books no matter what.
Yeah,
Right?
of
That's
course, of course,
there.
of course.
So in the future, we will eventually, if we're going to keep this core together, especially, we will have to go in the second apron, more than likely, right? So, but I'm saying this year, like if we and a lot of the things you were saying to me is correct. Like if it's time to put on your big boy pants, you want to win a championship, go into that second apron. So that way you can put together a team, a decent enough team, because you could get 2 quality players, including Precious, right? You
Right.
sign
Mhm.
Precious, give him the money, and then you could go get a Beasley if or whoever's there. Now,
Sure.
one issue is you have 4 second apron teams, right?
Yeah.
Us, if we go into the second, it would be us and the Suns, Boston,
Yeah.
and the other team. I can't think of them. Suns, Boston, Cleveland. So those other 3 teams also got the $5 million at their disposal. Not to say that they're going to use it, but they do have it at their disposal. And then you got a slew of first apron teams like Indiana. Now, here's where it gets tricky, right? Malik Beasley. So let's say he can't get big money, right? So now he has to sign for the mid-level exception, right? The taxpayer exception, right?
Right.
So now you only can give him $5 million as a second apron team, but Indiana could give him 5.7.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Some of the other teams could. So this is why the second apron is kind of risky, because they designed it that way to really screw you, right?
Sure.
But hey, we believe in our team, right? We champions. Is it time to go all in?
No, we have to go all in. That's the main objective. Like you said, man, championship or bust, right? No, sorry, finals or bust. Finals or bust.
Finals or bust. And listen, Leon Rose is on my hot seat. He don't gotta be on your hot seat.
No, I agree with you.
This is my personal hot seat, because I did many shows, and I know everybody going crazy about Indiana, right? You believe it or not, I got Knicks fans rooting for Indiana because they want my premise to be false. And here's the premise, right? And I have another question, right? So the premise is this: in order to win a championship, going back to 1958, you have to have an MVP or a first teamer. That's been the rule since then. There's only one team that defied the odds. That's the Detroit Pistons.
Sure.
Right? So I got people rooting for the Pacers, because their Pacers don't got it. I still don't think the Pacers are going to win. But even if the Pacers win, it's only one team.
Yeah,
right?
It's the outlier.
It's an outlier, and they got a really great coach. Are you going to hire a really great coach? I don't know. I don't know. But, the Knicks are in a very interesting position. Now, to bring it back to Mikal Bridges, right? Yeah. What's the number? His maximum is 4 years, 156. What is the maximum you would give him?
4 years, 156. Wow. So what does that come out to average annual?
Probably like what? So 39 million a year.
30.
Right?
Oh, nah, I can't do 39. If I'm gonna sign Bridges, no. If I'm gonna sign Bridges, the max I'd probably give him is probably 33 to 34 a year.
Oh, right. That's not bad.
You know what I mean? Yeah. That's the maximum I would give. 33, 34.
That's 33 to 34 will put you at, what's that? 120. So 132.
Yeah.
Well, now my dad, the OG Knicks fan, salute to my pops, right? I talk to him like every other day, and we talk this Knick talk. So one of the things that he said was I just lost it. It was about Mikal, and his salary. Oh man, I can't remember what it was. I'll just move past it. So let's say Mikal, I'm mad. That was a good plug-in for my dad. I just can't remember it. But let's say Mikal says, no, I don't want to do that. I want my full 156. Do you trade him?
Oh, I'm on the phones right away.
I like that. Okay, cool. And I think that realistically, I don't know if Leon Rose wants to go into the second apron, because I'm telling you guys, it's a lot of restrictions.
Yeah,
man.
it is. Yeah, no, it is a lot of restrictions.
And so if you make a trade, more than likely you're going to hard cap yourself at the second apron anyway, because you're going to do aggregates, or you're going to do something that second apron teams can't do. Even if you sign a free agent, you're going to be hard capped. So this is why I honestly believe this is going to be the most important year for Leon Rose and his team. I think this summer we will find out if he really is a great GM, or is he just, all right, he can get you to the playoff, but he can't get you to the championship. I think this summer is
Okay.
going to show us that. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
I totally agree. I never even thought about that, but yeah, I totally agree. To me, is like, was it, are you a really good GM, or was the coach really covering up for a lot of your mistakes? You know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Ooh,
You see
don't
what I
say
mean?
that. Don't say hey, listen, don't say that too loud. The anti-coach
Yeah,
tips,
yeah, of
however,
course, of
in the
course, of
chat.
course, of course,
I
of
see
course.
them.
You know what I mean? I hear you. You know what I mean? I hear you. But it's gonna be very, very interesting. And that OG deal. Listen, I understand. That's when we traded for him. That was like one of the main things that he wanted to get paid. And you know what?
Yeah,
They
facts. All
traded
the
for
way.
him. You can't do nothing about it. You can't just let him
Yep.
walk. Because you gave two of your young guys that had hope, and a couple picks. So if you just
Yeah.
let him walk for nothing, you just gave away two of your young guys that the fans really did like, especially Barrett and Quickly. You just gave them up for nothing.
Yeah.
So that deal was imminent.
Hmm.
It had to be done.
No, that was
Not
a part of the trade because it
yeah.
was rumored in Toronto that not even rumored, it was reported in Toronto that he wanted the bag that the Knicks gave him, and
Yes,
Toronto
yes,
didn't want
yes.
to give him the bag. That's
Right.
why Toronto, because we don't
Sure.
get players like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, of
Not in a
course. Yeah, yeah,
trade.
yeah. No, 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 of course. I,
We
I
would get
agree.
OG Anunoby 10 years later. Like we would
Yeah,
never
yeah,
get
yeah.
OG
Right.
Anunoby at 26 in the trade. That's not the Knicks style. We don't get young players like that. So
Right.
that's what
One
the
hundred
kicker
percent.
was.
And I felt like Toronto was kind of done with him too, because I don't know if you remember, OG had really good potential, but he was always hurt, especially when it comes to playoff times. You know what I mean? They're kind of like
Yeah,
done with him.
facts.
You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
I get it. You know what I mean? We had to give him
yeah.
the money, and you know what? I think he's been a very good player for us, man. And I feel like with the new coach, they could really untap because I feel like with OG. He has another level to go, but I feel like the team with Tibbs, right, other than the criticism of him, is kind of
Hmm.
restricted on what he could have done. You know what I mean? They turned him
Hmm.
to a three and
Okay.
D guy, and I think OG is a more talented guy than just a three and D. You know what I mean? He can create his own
Okay.
shot. He could initiate an offense, in my opinion.
Right. Okay. All right. Man, so I'll let you get your final thoughts, man. I
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
appreciate the
yeah. Of
call,
course, of
brother.
course, of course. Yeah, definitely. Now I have some question for you. So let's
Go
say
ahead.
we do keep the team, mate, right? And then maybe we
Okay.
get a couple of veteran free agents, right? Let's say if Deuce were to take his game to another level, right? But let's say Deuce
Okay.
is able to be a playmaker, right? And able to, maybe he adds maybe a couple points to his game. And maybe he's
Right.
even able to get into the starting lineup. How much better do you think that makes us as a team?
Here's the thing, right? I think Deuce would do all right. I don't have a problem with Deuce other than his height. I would love to get somebody 6'5", 6'6", but but besides that, I think he would be the perfect guy for the job. The only other problem is I'm keeping it real, y'all. I don't like Wingstop, man. I don't like the Wingstop um in terms of being the forwards or even being the 2-3 because you don't got no rebounding.
Yeah,
The
true.
defense is going to
Yeah.
be good. The defense is going to be
Okay.
good because you're taking Mikal off of the point guard. So,
Right.
and then let Deuce do that. That's cool. But I really think that part of the strength for this team last year was the rebounding, right?
Mhm.
And so, well, I know we wasn't a good rebounding team, great rebounding team in terms of what our average was, right? But I got it right here. I still keep my stats on deck, right? So, um, during the regular season, when we dominated the rebounding matchup, our record was 35-10, right?
Right.
So a lot of our success came from being able to out rebound other teams, and that was secondarily due because Towns was a leading rebounder, but Josh Hart giving you 9 rebounds a game.
Sure,
So
sure,
now
sure.
you taking him out of the starting lineup, and now you're putting another guard out there who's not rebounding focused. So you're gonna lose your rebounding edge. Yes, the shooting improves, but I don't know how. I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough when you can't crash the glass, and when you're missing shots. That's when you're going to feel it. You can't crash the glass. You're missing shots, and now the other team is just running on you. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
my only
I
concern.
don't. The only thing is, I don't think I like Hart a lot, and I think he's a very, very good player. I think he's an excellent role player. Role player, right? but I don't think
Yeah.
he's a starter, man. I really don't. You know, I just
No, well,
think
you
he.
don't have to start
You
him,
know,
but I'm just
you know?
saying, like, I think this team realistically needs a real two guard that can ball handle and make plays for others, like a Nembhard type or
Yeah.
DeJounte Murray type, and we
Mhm.
need a real power forward, whether it's Precious or whether we get somebody else. I don't like OG at the 4, only for rebounds. Everything else he can do. He can defend some power forwards, but on the glass, those guys don't get no rebounds, and you're gonna need rebounding. Like it's vital. Like, so that's my only thing, man. But I appreciate you, brother. What's your name again?
Yeah,
From
it's Wids.
upstate?
Yeah, Wids.
Wiz?
Yeah, Wids. WIDS.
Weird. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
called before.
yeah.
I
I
for
remember.
some
Yeah, I called
reason,
a couple weeks ago. I
yeah.
called.
Ain't locking. I'm gonna lock it in tonight though. I
All right,
appreciate your
thank you,
call,
brother.
brother.
All right,
All right.
I'll look forward to your channel, brother.
Salute, man.
Appreciate all the content you have. You know what I mean? Keep up the
Thank
good
you,
work.
man. Thank you, man. I
Take care.
appreciate that.
You're
With all
welcome.
right,
Take care.
salute. All right, y'all. Keep the calls coming 646-995-8389. If you just joined the show, this is the Knicks Call Up Show. I do appreciate you guys rocking out with me. You could call the number 646-995-8389. I see some good people in the building. FS Wisdom. I own Dios, man. Salute to Own Dios, man. The Supermod. I see you, man. Yeah, hopefully you guys take heed to what I'm saying. I know some of you guys don't want to hear it. I don't like Wingstop, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. I think Wingstop needs to be broken up. If you asking me what I would do, I would break up Wingstop. But I'm not the GM, so we got to see. Yuri, you called right back at the right time. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
This is Yuri from the Bronx, New York. Objective State Knicks Discord.
What's going on, Yuri?
Good. Before we get into it, I do got news on a Knicks head coaching search.
Okay, let's go.
This is from the Stein line. This has to do
Okay.
with this was stated today. One source briefed on process said about the Knicks coaching. Hiring not expected till after draft.
Oh God. Okay.
So right after the draft,
Okay.
we're gonna get an update on our new coach. Brown and Jenkins.
So what does that tell you about the draft? Just think about that. What does that tell you when you see that they're not going to hire the coach till after the draft? What does that tell you about the draft?
They're focusing on the draft.
No, they're not focusing on the draft, and they probably might move off that second round pick. They're not focused on the draft. Because think about it. If you're focused on the draft, you would want your coach to be here for the draft. Every other team has their coach.
Juan,
They're not going into the draft without their coach.
Because I got more. Can you
Go ahead.
Both said to have Brown and Jenkins. Both said to have levels of support. Both of them have levels of their support. Brown, relationship. William Raisley. Jenkins, positive impression. So basically, Jenkins left a really good impression over Mike Brown.
Okay, I mean,
with Knicks brass.
Okay, I feel like they shouldn't let the draft pass, right, without really taking heed, because there is some talent there.
Right.
I don't like ignoring the,
I don't like ignoring a draft.
I know it's the 50th pick anyway. Most of the time you don't get good value in the 50s. I'm gonna keep it real.
But I just wanted to drop that on you. We will be getting our coach after the draft next week. So,
well, Leon Rose knows what he's doing, man. And another thing too, why I kind of like not really feeling that, because you could also make trades at the draft, so you don't have to draft nobody. Teams are looking to make moves, and they need to add pieces.
I think the Knicks are gonna make moves on the draft. I
doubt it. I don't think the Knicks are doing nothing on the draft, because how are you gonna make a move? You don't even got your coach, so you don't even know the player that your coach would like. Like, that's just a recipe for disaster. When you're going to draft somebody and your new coach is not fond of it, like, you don't even know what system they're running unless they have the coach hired already.
Size 9's got a point. I have to agree with him. One thing about Leon, he do grab picks out of thin air. I'll give him that. And that's what I'm saying.
No, but I get that, Size 9, but if you got a coach that wants to play fast-paced, right? But now you draft a player that's not a fast-paced player, you're just shooting your coach in the foot.
But anyway, continuing on. Figure I dropped that. All right, hit me with the questions because I know you got callers on the line.
So yeah, man. It's a lot we could talk about, man. We got trades, we got second apron, we got Obi Toppin, with his little slide
I want to
remarks.
hit the Obi Toppin, right?
Okay.
I think Obi Toppin was throwing shots on how he was being coached under Randall. But here's the thing, though, right?
Yeah.
I think that was throwing shots at Randall, not JB. I think he was throwing shots at. I'm going to tell you why. Before, when Obi got drafted, right, they were looking to move Randall. Remember that?
Right.
Before
Right,
Randall
that's
had
a
his
fact.
breakout year under Tibbs.
Right.
So Obi felt some type of way that he got passed up for Randall. I don't think that was a shot at JB at all.
The only reason why I think that was definitely a direct shot at JB is because one, he beat Obi Brunson twice in the playoffs, right? So and Brunson has been the rumored dribble guy.
And I'm
right?
part of the dribble community. Come on now.
Right, I'm part of the community too. But also remember, Randall, he was backing up Randall. He never played with Randall. You rarely seen the one-dimensional. Oops, did I say that? You rarely seen Obi Toppin on the floor with Randall. You rarely seen that. Only the Pacers is putting him at the 5 and getting away with it. I don't understand that.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
on me right now. But,
yeah, if you're OKC, I'm running double big against Obi Toppin.
Yo,
Anyway, moving on.
It's a shame. Yo, we missed out on an opportunity. And watching these finals, we definitely missed out on an opportunity. Because OKC and OKC should have won the series. Like the series should have been over. I'm gonna keep it 100% real. The fact that they're allowing the Indiana Pacers to just be pests and do what they do, it's pretty eye-opening. I still think OKC's gonna win, but it is pretty eye-opening, pretty eye-opening. But yeah, Obi Toppin, man, he's all right. Can I ask you a question, Yuri?
Yeah,
what is he doing differently in Indiana?
He's doing the same thing that he was doing with the Knicks.
Okay, so what the hell is he talking about? So why are we even listening to Obi Toppin say a word when did you notice
KB ain't
Obi
even
Toppin
thinking about that right now? Come on now.
Is Obi Toppin taking dudes off the dribble and blowing by them and getting dunks?
Hell no.
Is he operating on the block in the post with his hands up in the air, trying to get the ball in the post? Is he doing that?
Oh, hell no.
So what the hell are we talking about? He's still in the corner shooting threes.
Moving on.
All right, cool. Let's move on.
So the Knicks go into the second apron.
Yes, that's where I was going to go. Second apron, let's go.
My opinion, no. You're going to have to break up Wingstop. You're going to have to break up Wingstop. I love Mikal. I love OG. But I had this conversation with multiple friends of mine. I have this conversation on deals. I had this conversation with Maggie. I've had this conversation with Shao. Mm-hmm. I want Mikal to stay, but it looks like that whole thing is not working. Maybe I would give it one more year.
One more year. Leon Rose doesn't give you one more year. You get one and done with Leon Rose, baby.
Yeah. One and done. I think personally, it's going to come down to who's going to take the extension. Who's going to take whatever Leon gives him? Is Mikal going to take the money, or is Mitch going to take the money? I personally think. Okay, now I got my original train of thought back. OG has shown that he's establishing to be a leader on his team. With the way he talks, with the way he talks to the team, we're seeing emotion come out of OG for the first time. We've seen emotion with OG and Cat, for God's sakes. Yeah. And for the people that say that Cat and OG were fighting, that the team chemistry was bad, that's not them fighting. That's them trying to win that game.
The people who say that, Yuri, the people who say that, they don't play basketball. Continue.
I've been hearing that all the time. I've been hearing that since the Pace series happened. Mm-hmm. I don't like it.
They don't play basketball.
And even Jalen Brunson had to come out and say, yo, I love my teammates. I don't care what kind of crap they say about them. Right.
I ain't gonna lie, Yuri. To me, Brunson's word is kind of like, it's not as solid as
it doesn't hold weight. It doesn't.
To me, I love Brunson. I love all of the players. But Brunson clearly holds no weight. Like, I mean, Coach Tibbs is my guy. Of course he's gone. Okay? I mean, so, but to bring it back, because I don't want to harp on that.
Bring it back. Yeah, no, because
I don't want to go down that path. That might be another unfiltered thought one day. Anyway,
do the Knicks going second and eighth? In my opinion, no. I think there's if Leon's dead serious about winning a championship, if Leon's dead serious about winning a championship, he's gonna make a trade. Straight up.
For who though? Who's your targets?
We need a power forward.
Right.
We need a power forward. We need a shooting guard. We need a defending shooting guard who can hit timely shots and who could play make.
And who could guard point guards.
Exactly. Mikel's not that guy. Mikel can guard twos and threes.
Yeah. And he's great off the ball and in the lanes.
I feel like Mikel, this is why I say we should run it back. I feel like Mikel was used wrong by Tibbs. I'm going to be so serious when I tell you that.
But you know that we can't run it back. Did you see the unfiltered thought today,
I did
Yuri?
see the unfiltered thought. I did see the unfiltered thought.
We are not running it, but that's a myth. Listen, to all you guys listening to the call-up show, the whole Knicks are running it back, it's a myth. It never happens. Never did happen.
I will say, I do believe Mitch stays, though. I do believe Mitch stays, though.
Okay. Why do you think Mitch stays?
Because I believe Mitch stays personally because he did really good in the playoffs. His trade value is probably the peak is at his peak, right? He's a rim protector, but at the same time, though, we have young guys. Just recently, James Nagy, 20 years old, 7'7", rim protector.
You say he's 7'7"?
Yeah, he's got a 7'7" wingspan. He's 7 foot.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to my pops about that. He said that he don't think the kid ready. He said he think he needed a couple of years in the G League.
I don't think he's ready too.
So
I'm gonna tell you who is ready.
He's probably gonna get a two-way contract.
Yeah, he's gonna get a two-way. I will tell you who is ready though. I did believe Ariel Hokopoy is ready. I believe Tyler Kolek is ready. You know what I mean? I believe Pacome is ready. I expect those to get minutes next season.
So are those three guys, is that your world championship bench? Those three guys are going to give you what Indiana's giving you in the finals right now? From their bench guys? See, hold on, Yuri. See, here's what we got to understand, right? Your man's, Leon Rose, he said that our singular focus is to win a championship.
I hate when you do this. Come on.
Listen, I don't want to build nothing. I need it now. You had 5. This is year 6. I'm sorry, bro. What would we be building towards? Our window is shorter than OKC. It's shorter than Indiana because I think they're going to bring Turner back. So those teams are younger than us. Those two teams, just those two. Forget Cleveland and everybody. Just those two. Forget Orlando. Oh, forget those guys. Those two teams right there who are going to be here every year going forward. They're younger than us. We're going to have to deal with them. So this is why me personally, guys.
You're just okay. Can I say one thing?
The coach thing to me is secondary. The coaching thing to me is secondary. We need somebody that's going to unlock the next level of Jalen Brunson or Towns. They got to be on some All-NBA. If y'all want to compete and win, they're going to have to be on some next level first team types vibes. If they're not doing it, then the next coach ain't going to do nothing for you.
Fair enough.
You're going to be in the same circumstance.
We talked about the second apron, right? We talked about
second apron.
We talked about Wingstop. I think
about Obi.
Is broken up. I think Wingstop is going to be broken up. We talked about Obi. Trades. Ooh, man.
Give me one trade, man. Give me one trade on the way out. Give me a trade, brother.
That's tough. I don't know what this team needs a playmaker. That's for sure.
That's a fact.
This team needs a playmaker.
Right.
I don't.
Also, Yuri, do remember when you make this trade, you're
It's
going to be
got to match up
hard
with
capped at the first
the-
apron. Going to be
Oh.
hard capped at the first apron, meaning that $8 million, that becomes a real number that you can't go over, even with Precious and bird rights.
I know.
Leon Rose has a hell of a job. Telling you right now, this is going to be the job of Leon Rose's career.
I don't think
so
Leon
I'm telling
Rose
you guys,
is on the hot seat.
strap your seatbelts up because this is going to be the real GM job for Leon Rose this season. Not only does he have to get a new coach, right? He has to put together a team that's going to get us to the finals. If we do not get to the finals, this is going to be the same level setback that 2022 was. But I'll let you get your final words here. I do got some more callers, man.
All right.
And you can always call back
All
later.
right, I'll
if you
leave
need
you
to.
with a trade. I'll leave you with a trade, right? There's one player I want, and I doubt it's gonna happen. It's Jared Jackson Jr.
Yeah, we talked about him. It's not happening. Memphis came out and they said they're not trading above
I
Ja
figured
Morant
as much.
and JJ. They're not going nowhere.
I figured as much. I don't know. Who would you want? Because
the guys I want is impossible to get. I want Giannis, but that's not happening. So if I'm not getting Giannis, I don't really know.
that's
I'm
the
gonna
thing.
keep it real. I wanted Jaren Jackson. I wanted Jaren Jackson too, but
Memphis said he's not coming. There is one player I want. There's one player I do want. I doubt it's not going to happen because it's unlikely. I want Dante back, but I don't know.
that's definitely not happening.
That's definitely not happening.
That's Knicks for clicks.
Yeah, that is
no
Knicks
offense
for
to nobody. No offense to nobody doing content on that, but yeah, that's not happening.
That's Knicks for clicks. I don't know who I would want personally on the trades. I really don't know. But for free agents, though, there is 5 realistic people we can get. We can get Gary Trent Jr. Right. We can get.
Hold on. Before you read off the list, remember when you sign those guys, if they're making anywhere near that 5.7 mid-level exception, you're going to be hard capped at the second apron. And then so now you sign those guys for the 5.7, you're not going to be able to sign anybody else really because you're going to have to get 2 more players with 2.3 million.
Tough.
Unless, Yuri, you go into the second apron, and how you can do that is you first sign Precious. Get Precious to sign, go into the second apron, and then you could use the $5 million exception, right, on whoever you want.
Right.
Or you could sign. Well, who do we got bird rights on any of these other guys? I don't know if we got bird rights on anybody. No, we only got bird rights on Shamet. We got bird rights on Shamet.
Right. So the target is it's Chris Paul, Luke Kennard, Al Horford, James Stein Tate, and Amir Coffey. That's the 5 realistic targets.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean they're gonna hard cap you at the first apron unless you go into the second apron, and then when you get there, you can use the $5 million taxpayer exception, which is a little bit less than that 5.7. So all of your competitors have a $700K advantage over you, like Indiana, right? And the other first apron teams, Denver Nuggets. So all of those teams can offer $700K more than you can, $700K more than you can if you decide to go into the second apron and then try to sign those guys. So, but then, Yuri, man, salute, brother.
Salute.
I appreciate you,
it was
man.
a good combo. Look, once the free agency gets kicked off and once this coach hire, I feel like once we hire our coach, we'll have a direction of where this team's going to go.
Okay.
That's
okay.
the way I it.
I respect it, man. I respect it. All right, man. That was Yuri, Knicks Tape Madness Discord server channel member. By the way, if you just joined the show, this is the Knicks Call Up Show. Keep the calls coming, 646-995-8389. And if I miss your call, I will always call back. No worries. I do got a couple of people whose called I missed. Hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed. Hit that like button as well. And if you are a subscriber, consider joining the channel. What happened to the call I missed? Doop. I don't know where this number's at. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Let me reset the lines. Let me get it back. But yeah, I think that if we're going to proceed with championship aspirations, I do think that, you know, we might have to get into that second. The more I look at it, the more I'm beginning to believe that we're going to have to get into the second apron. Sure. I don't know what happened to my call log. I can't see my call logs, y'all. By the way, salute to the NBA Economy show, Fritz. That was a great show. Yo, Fritz, call up if you can. I got a question for you. Because when you do your show, you have up there that the Knicks have 11. Let me put it on the screen. So when I saw your show, and I saw you talk about this before, when you have 11.5 for the second apron space, my question is, why? I'm assuming it's because you're not counting the PJ Tucker's 3.4. Why do you leave that number out of it? Is it because you don't think we're going to bring back PJ Tucker? Size 9, I like that Mitch for Herb Jones trade too. I like that. I like Herb Jones. 6'8", he can defend. Now, I don't know if Herb Jones could defend point guards. That's my only kind of concern. I'm trying to reset the phone lines, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. Because it's not showing me the latest calls that came in. I don't know why. But you know, what would a show be without technical difficulties? I like Herb Jones. I just don't know if he can guard point guards. Is he like Dyson Daniels? Because Dyson Daniels definitely can guard point guards. All right, let's do that. All right, let's see. Pow. Okay, it shut off. So now, about to get the phone lines back cracking. Kumunga? Who's saying Kumunga? No, that's not realistic. Jonathan Kumunga is not realistic. Unless you're going to give up a Mikal Bridges or somebody like that. I think Kumunga makes around $25 million. All right, so I got let's see, I restarted the call logs. Okay. Still not showing me the calls. This is weird. Anyway, guys, keep the calls coming. 646-995-8389. Not sure what happened. I'm sorry to the people that call. For some reason, I don't see you on the log. It looks like the log didn't update. So just call right back. If you called and I miss your call, call right back. Herb Jones can guard 1 through 5? Possibly. I don't know. I don't really remember seeing him guard point guards like that. I do think he was guarding Brunson, but I think Brunson cooked him. So that wouldn't be the greatest example. Mitch for Herb Jones. I don't know. I don't know about Herb Jones because he's coming off an injury as well. The whole roster's constructed wrong. Salute to G. Robinson. The whole roster's constructed wrong. Either OG or Mikal needs to be traded. I agree. I think Wingstop needs to be broken up. Like, people think the incompatibility is Brunson and Towns. While yes, Brunson and Towns are defensive liabilities, right? I think they can coexist together. I think Mikal and OG would coexist better with a point guard that could defend. So, like, if they played with Jalen Suggs, they would be fine because now they can help Jalen Suggs. But having Mikal guard the point guard, that's not his position defensively. That's why his defensive rating dropped and he was getting cooked, if you ask me. You know. Hopefully the lines work. Okay. Let's see. So the lines is definitely open. the lines is definitely open. I don't know why I can't see the calls I missed. The last call I seen was Yuri, and I know there's people that called after him. We need more players, not less. Hotline Bling. First off, do you know that your man, Leon Rose, has broken up the team every single year? I'm just saying. Leon Rose has broken up this. There's no such thing as running it back. First off, we can't run it back. I'm going to keep it real, right? And I did a show on Wednesday talking about the salary cap. So there's no way we could run it back. Because we have, let me show you real quickly. You see this $8 million right here in second apron space? You need to sign 4 more players. I'm sorry, 3 more players, not 4. 3 more players with this $8 million. So I don't know what superstar you're trying to get. And then if you do sign Luke Cornett for 5.7 mid-level exception, remember that 5.7 comes out of this $8 million. We do got another call. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
Yeah, it was Juan from South Cackalack, South Carolina.
Salute, Juan. Salute, man. How you feeling, brother?
I'm actually feeling pretty good, man.
That's what's up. That's what I want to hear, man. That's what I want. Even though the Pacers went to a Game 7, it's good to still feel good. They're going to lose in Game 7. Don't worry about it. Pacers getting up out of here. Trust me, they getting up out of here. Don't fall for the Kool-Aid. You know, they went on the run. Halliburton, you know, he played. We didn't know if he was going to play. That was all adrenaline. And you know what? In sports, sometimes you need that one thing to put you over the top.
Yeah.
And Halliburton playing gave them all of the confidence. That's going to all change on Game 7 in OKC. Trust me.
I'm predicting an OKC blowout.
I think so. Yeah. I listen, I'm sensing it. We're not prophets, but you know, I feel it coming, brother. But I had some questions on the table. But before I get to that, is there anything on your mind? I know we feeling good, right? You know, it's summertime, right?
Feeling good. Personal life doing all right. You know, got a solid job.
Nice. Salute to the
got things planned in my future.
That's what's up, man. Anything on your mind? Is there a trade or a rumor? There's a lot going on, man. A lot of talk.
I almost didn't call because I didn't really have nothing much to say. Other than
no worries. I got questions. I just wanted to give you the trust me. There's always on this show for the entire summer.
There's always the question because I like to get questions though.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. So look.
But I do like this guy they're looking at. His name is Najee. I think something.
Najee, okay.
Najee, yeah.
Do you think he's ready? Because I'm hearing that he's not ready.
Okay, so if he's not ready, you don't want to rush things, you know what I mean?
But do you think he's ready? Did you watch his tapes? I didn't get a chance to watch his tapes. I'm gonna keep it real.
No, I'm gonna watch the tapes.
Oh, okay.
I haven't had
we gotta watch the tapes. Because my dad,
I'm just
fan. He saw the tapes. He said he think that he a G League player right now.
Okay.
He need time, you know. So,
I guess I'm falling in love with hype because the Knicks were lacking that this year.
Okay. No, hype is important.
Right.
How do you feel about?
This is what I think the Knicks need to do. We got to get some hype. You're right about breaking up Wingstop. I agree with that point.
Wow, I didn't think that y'all would have felt. Hold on, I'm gonna do that poll tomorrow. Go ahead, continue.
Unless he pulls a Ginobili who comes off the bench, which I don't think he's gonna want to do.
Bro, I always said, bring the brother off the bench. Less pressure. He could be the best 6-man in basketball. He might give you 20 off the bench to keep it fun.
That's what I was thinking too. Play with that second unit. And that would be a great boost for his career too. What? I think he would look like what he looked like in Phoenix, to be honest.
Yeah. I agree. And then now you can run plays for him. You know, he'll have all the light, right? He can be in
Yeah,
his right position at the 3. He don't got to guard these little pesky guards.
yeah, but that's if he wants to do it though, because
That is the key. See, you hit it on the nail. And he's going to be a free agent. So, okay.
and I don't
Now
think he's worth all he's
I was
not
going to
worth that
ask that. Okay.
156. Yeah,
So
he's
what
not
would you
worth that
give him?
156. I agree with that one caller, 33, 34. I'm right with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little
I don't
too.
think that
I
that's
would go
a
even lower, but too low.
nah.
He will feel insulted. He would
Yeah, he'll
feel
feel
insulted.
insulted. Because
So
even
you
like
gotta,
if you give him the 32, right? He's already making
yeah,
25. So
right.
that's a bump up. Like that, like, okay, I'm in a whole nother, you know, range of salary. So I
See,
like
this
that.
show his value. I just think because people are reactionary and they don't know. They just saw him getting cooked, but they don't know why. Because to me, he showed flashes. I'm like the Macau. This like. See, I'm like I'm a step above most fans, but I'm not as good as other people, right?
Okay.
I knew McCall wasn't as bad as he was showing, but I didn't
Right.
know why exactly. I felt like the fans were wrong, but I didn't know why until you broke it down. It's like, well, he's not playing in his proper position. He's
No.
guarding, he's guarding guards when he's a 3, and I
Right.
was like, that's what it was. Because I
That's
know he's
exactly what
better
it
than what he's
is.
showing.
Right. So that's why I'm like, damn, I don't want to trade him. But I feel like in the starting lineup with Brunson now if they played with Jalen Suggs, if Jalen Suggs was the point guard, it'd be a lot
Right.
better, but you still would have an issue with the playmaking because that's my other issue with Mikal. So 2 issues. 1, point guards. 2, second issue, when they guarding Brunson 94 feet, I don't think Bridges is that alternative guard to make plays for others and dribble the ball. He didn't look comfortable. The little bit he did it, he didn't do it a lot. But against Indiana, especially when they went with the double big lineup, which I hated, but that's besides the point. I hated the double big lineup because they didn't have time to work on it. Right? Maybe next year might be better. I don't think that is a good idea. I'm gonna keep it real, but it
Right.
could work under the new coach. I don't know what they want to try, but I don't like Mikal at the 2 on offense. To me, on offense he's a 3. On defense he
Right.
could be a 3 too. So
And I don't want to see Josh Hart at the 4 anymore either.
right, Josh Hart the 4, even though he was giving you the rebounds, but
Yeah.
I don't like that
He
either.
got exposed. He got exposed by Siakam too hard. That size difference was too much.
All right, so I got a question, right? So look,
Yeah.
the OG Nick fan keeps telling me about Kobe White. Yo, we need to get Kobe White. Kobe White. He loves
Okay.
Kobe White. Oh, he'll be perfect with Brunson. You know, he could shoot, stretch the floor. I just don't know about his defense. I don't really think he's realistically a defender. But
You need to get defense because what
right.
it was glaring what we lost when we lost iHeart to free agency in the aprons.
Right.
And
Well,
we've
that
been
was the bird
struggling.
rights. That wasn't the apron. That was the bird.
All the
The
bird rights. Yeah.
the early bird right rule. That's what screwed us.
Yeah. So I feel like we've been. The fact that we still got to the ECF, even with losing that big of a contributor on rebounds, because
Yeah.
that's another thing where you said I didn't even realize that we were 35-10 when we out rebounded an opponent. So that's huge.
Yo, we were dominant. And we were like the number 2 ranked. Hold on. I put it on the screen. And so like because I did the Knicks in 10. I do this show called the Knicks in 10, right? Where every 10 games I break down the Knicks and I analyze our performance to see where we are. Right? Did it the whole year. That's why I know all this stuff. Like, bro, I pay so much attention to this stuff that it's
Right.
like it just be coming off the top of the head most of the time. But I do got my notes. So look, on the screen, I got it here. We were second in opponents' rebounds. We were holding teams off of the glass. We held them to
Right.
41.8. That was second in the league. So even though we didn't get that many rebounds, we were still dominating the glass because we kept the opposing team off the glass, which is a key.
What about
And Hart was helping with that.
last year? Uh, I know offensive rebounds was huge. How
Yeah.
were we this year? I know I felt like they fell off this year on offensive rebounds.
We fell off this year with offensive rebounds because we were a better shooting team than we were last year.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So most of the times you see teams that dominate the offensive glass, they don't shoot well.
Oh,
The
okay,
better
okay,
you
that
shoot,
makes sense.
the worse.
The less,
You know what I'm saying? The less offensive rebounds you get, right? There's always a direct correlation with that.
no, that makes sense. You don't need to offensive rebound if you make a
Right.
shot.
Right.
Yeah, that makes
Right.
sense. That
Yeah.
makes more sense.
So
Yeah, I mean, so we got a good, like, I think we have a good foundation. It's just piecing things, and hopefully Brunson can take that leap. But like, it's kind of hard
mhm.
because his defense, and it's not that he doesn't try. It's just he's just too small to be, and like he doesn't have the speed. I hate when people call a player unathletic. Like, you got to be athletic to be in the league. That doesn't make any sense to me when people like. I think they use if you can't like run and dunk and like jump out the gym, then you're not athletic. That's goofy
No.
talk.
Yeah, that's
But
goofy.
he's just not as fast, so it's hard for him to be a really good defender because his
Yeah.
offense is not built on speed either. It's built on footwork and craftiness and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if these guys can make the leap to first NBA. I want them to, but I'm like you. I'm an objective Knicks fan. I'm not the
Salute to the objective Knicks fan. Let's go.
yeah. I'm like you, man. Like I don't play
Level headed.
the delusional game. Like
No.
I see what things are and for what it is. Like, and I know enough to know more. Like I said, I know and I see things better than the average fan. But
Right.
I'm not like a guy like you. I'm on your level. You know what I mean? And that's probably because you do this so much that you can't see the things that other people can't see.
Listen, I literally do this in my sleep. Like, I'm not even lying. Like, when I get
Right,
off this show, I'm probably gonna do another unfiltered thought, half dead tired, while reading the news I missed today. So
right.
I'm always on top of this stuff. I love this stuff. I still hoop. I'm getting ready to get up early tomorrow to go hoop. So like, basketball is my life. Period.
That's
Like,
what's
you know what I'm
up.
saying? It's so I'm consumed with it. But
I think
the
though,
last question I got for you,
yeah, sir.
go ahead, get your point up. Go ahead. And I got one question after you get your point
I
up.
know I know you see you have to have a first NBA, first All NBA. That's all every championship team
Yeah.
except for that '04
It's,
Pistons had it, right?
yep. Yep. We went back to 1958.
God damn, dog.
We went back to 1958. And you know what? I'm going to drop that clip. I'm going to clip that. I'm going to drop that. We went all the way
So
back
that
to
Pistons team,
1958.
that was the most anomaly of anomalies.
Yes. Yes. We did see back, I think that was 79, right?
Yeah,
Dennis Johnson with the Supersonics, right? He
yeah.
wasn't a first teamer when he won it, but he became a first teamer. So he had it in
Oh,
him.
I
He
see what
didn't
you're.
activate it yet. So that's if you want to count that, I mean, but he was a first teamer. And I think he was defensive player of the year. Yo, he was nice. He was one hell
So
of a player.
yeah, you can kind of count that. So let's say two. That's still not enough to
No.
say that you can do it to
Right.
bank on it, because you got to
Right.
go by averages, right? So that doesn't.
Yes. Exactly. And then even if you look, we said 79, then 2004, and then I'm going to give you the Pacers. Pacers win it, 2025. So you got to wait like 30 to 20 years
Every time. Yeah,
to
that's
see it
wild work.
happen. Come
Yeah,
on, you can't bank on that. So, us
yeah,
trying to reinvent the mold and build, I'm just thinking about the 90s and all of the mismanagement, because a lot of us think, oh yeah, it was just misfortune, Jordan. No, it was some mismanagement. Like how you trade Mark Jackson because he's too small when you need a point
right.
guard. Like that's what Ewing needed, was Mark Jackson. Like they needed each other. Every great point guard has a big, or every great big man has a point guard. Come on,
Wait,
bro.
was you in your first teamer?
Yes, in 1990.
Oh, so
Yes.
I think it would be. So I'm pretty sure if we would have kept Mark Jackson, we probably would have had a chip.
It would have been it would have been pretty, and I think the offense would have been a lot better because those Knicks
Right.
teams in the 90s offense was trash. I'm gonna keep it real. They couldn't
It
even
was
run a
trash.
fast break. I remember when who was it? Damn, I can't remember the commentator. It was like, yo, the Knicks can't even run a fast break. And then once they said that, I was looking. I'm like, yo, we literally never run a fast. Like we never. Only time we did it was when Spiro got there. That's when Spiro was the one man fast break. But besides that, Knicks wasn't running no fast breaks.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right.
The offense was Busura. I'm gonna keep it real. The offense in the 90s was trash. We were a great defensive team,
Right.
but the
Yeah,
offense
no.
wasn't there.
But yeah, I think this is what I think the Knicks need to do. Like I said, get another defensive player. I mean, we got solid. We need a guy we need a big that can two-way, right?
Okay.
We need a big that can two-way.
Okay.
To cover Towns.
like a Bobby Portis.
Yeah.
Did I say that name?
And then we need a two that can. We need a guard that can also two-way to cover Brun. That's what I'm thinking, right? Because you need guys that can help those guys because they trash on D, right? So you need two-way guys in those positions, I think, to cover up those guys' D.
And you could win a championship. The Denver Nuggets did it with Jokic and Murray. Murray ain't playing no defense either. Don't get it twisted. He's just bigger than Brunson, but he ain't playing no defense. And Jokic for damn sure, 100,000%. We know Jokic is not playing no defense ever. I remember I seen a dude shoot a 14-footer, and Jokic wouldn't even run with a hand up. I'm like, yo, this guy is he's just focused on offense. But no one talks about his defense though. But Towns, he don't play no.
Yeah.
But Jokic doesn't play. I swear to. So that shows you that you need those players around them, right?
Hey, how many?
What's up? Did we lose Juan? Are you there? You must got it on mute, Juan. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Or did okay, I can hear you now.
Mute. I had to mute by accident.
This all good. What was you gonna say?
I want to see if there's a stat about 2 second teamers
doing what?
Because if getting to the finals.
Well, Chauncey Billups was a second teamer. He was the only second teamer because I don't think Rasheed he didn't make no team. Ben Wallace definitely didn't make no team. Rip Hamilton, I don't think made a team too, but I think Rip Hamilton was a 3-time or 3 or 4-time All-Star. Right. So they only had 1 second teamer in Chauncey. Mm-hmm. And I think he might have only made it once or twice.
Right.
So
yeah, that was the biggest one. I mean, anyway, I'm gonna start getting. I gotta get out of here because I'm gonna go to bed soon. But
all right, salute to you, Juan. I appreciate the call, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think. But what do you think about what I said too? Like what?
With what in particular? You said a lot.
Particularly like getting the bigger guy. Like I said, a little bit of length and two-way guys in those positions because to cover up that defensive problems that they have.
Yeah. I mean, I said this last year. I did a season preview show. No, I did a show talking about why Towns is a center, not a 4. I had 10 keys, like I always do. My 10 key. I did this last year, and I said, "Yo, he needs a real power forward." Jokic has Gordon. Towns needs a real power forward, and I was hoping that it would be Precious, but he never got the opportunity because he got the hamstring. And then once he was out, Hart was starting and was looking good, so you wasn't going to change the starting lineup at that point. But I always knew that Towns needs a power forward, not a center, not Mitch. Mitch is going to make Towns' job harder. Now you got a dude that's sitting in the paint waiting for Towns to do his drive.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
like
no,
it
that
don't make
makes
no
sense.
sense to put
Nah,
you need somebody that's going to stretch the floor. Like Precious could even
right,
stretch the floor. Precious could hang out in the corner if you want him to.
right.
You need somebody that can stretch the floor and keep the space for Towns. Towns need space to operate. Period.
And he looks
And that's
better at
not
the
going to
five.
change with the. I mean, the numbers say it. I don't gotta say it. That his career numbers show it. He's a
Yeah.
5. He just needs a real power forward and a real point guard. And I agree. I thought Bridges could do it, but you need another 2 guard that could really defend and make plays, man. Yep.
hmm
So that's my take on
All right,
that.
man.
All
So I
right, salute, my
guess
man.
we're in accordance. That was good. Thanks for having me up as usual. I'm out, bro.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate it.
Good night.
All right. That was my man Juan out of South Carolina. By the way, if you just joined the show, keep the calls coming 646-995-8389. Listen, if you call from an anonymous number, there's no way I'm gonna be able to call you back, right? Because I get quite a bit of callers, people that call up at a time. So, and I try to go back in order. But before I get back to the calls, I do want to say, make sure you guys are smashing that subscribe button and that like button, right? I see you new Knicks in the building. We got some good people in the chat. Definitely got some good people in the chat. Make sure y'all smashing that like button, man. All right, so let me get my man. I got another Kings County representative. I'm going to get up in here. Let's see if he answers.
Yo,
Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from? You know we got to do this for the people, brother.
you know the word.
Kid from Coney, man. What's going on, man?
Ain't can't call it.
Hey, man, you see what we talk about tonight, man. We having a good. Oh, damn. You know what? My dad told me to give you a message about some cats he know from Coney Island. I think he corrected me. He said I didn't play on 23rd Street. I played on 24th Street. And some of his right, and he said some of the peoples he knew from Coney Island, Buck, I know Buck, that was one of his friends that used to play ball out there. And a couple other people, I can't remember their names. I'm bad with names, but he just wanted me to tell you that, some of the people that he used to run with from Coney Island, whatever. But how you feeling though, man? Huh? What you said?
I'm gonna see y'all right now.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah,
That's what's up.
Got my man on just now. Yeah.
Okay.
He was listening. He was listening to the show. I mean, it was like my man was throwing shots at you a little bit. He's like, "Yo, what's wrong with your man?" I said, "What happened?"
Man, listen, man, have him call up. Have him call up.
He's saucy.
What's
He's
up?
saucy. He was saucy. So I had to drop him off, man. He was going crazy in the car, yo. He was, he was too saucy. You know what I mean? So
Okay,
yeah.
We catch him on a sober day.
Yeah, on a sober day. Yeah. He was out of pocket. But he wasn't going crazy. He was like, "Yo, why your man talking about getting rid of he was the hot seat?" I said, "Who?" He said, Rose. He crazy?
Oh yeah. Oh, bro, listen, man. How long you want me to wait? You want me to wait another 6 years?
It's only 5. It's only 5. He says only 5 years. Your man talking about kicking him out. He said that.
Hey, man.
He's like, how you gonna kick somebody out? I didn't get to start to finish yet. Like, I don't know.
Nah,
son. Like,
first off, how many people get 5 years to do anything?
a lot of people like Oklahoma. He said Oklahoma. He said look at Oklahoma. He said look at Cincinnati. I mean look at
Man,
look
Oklahoma
at Orlando. Look at Orlando, but he had a point though. Look at Orlando. He came in there 4 or 5 years
Orlando
ago.
is a bro.
Yeah,
Orlando is a failure, bro.
Nah,
that's one.
Orlando gonna be first next year. I guarantee you, bro. I guarantee. I've been saying that for the longest, man. Nah,
ever since they lost Shaq, they've been a failure. Now, recently they got they got the young boys.
That's what I said.
Check this out.
That's what I said.
Check this out.
What happened? You got to rebuild from the bottom. So like
but you can't compare us to OKC when they had Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James. Dude, those 3 names right there, we ain't got nobody that could hold a candle to those guys in the 2000s.
No, we talking about now. We ain't talking about back then. We talking about now. We ain't talking about like what happened in the early 2000s. Yeah, they had
no, but it led to them.
They came in
it led to them. But those other moves led to them being where. Remember how they had like 17 picks. Those came from trades. They was fleecing dudes. They was
No,
like,
that's
oh,
what I'm
you
saying.
want Westbrook?
We ain't talking about play. We talking about operation people. We talking about people that
No,
came in there and restructured a whole team, but
no, I
it
got
came
you.
out to
No,
the players. He
I
made it
hear
happen.
you. They built their wealth on fleecing other teams. That's all I'm
Like what we
saying.
doing right now. Like what we did. Rose
Nah,
did that.
we ain't fleeced nobody.
Son, we didn't fleece nobody for. Come on,
Nah.
bro. Bro, so
Nah.
you trying to say Rose and made two players to a good player? OG?
Brunson, I give you Brunson.
Come on,
He
son.
fleeced Brunson from Dallas. That was slick. I like that. We got fined for that.
Too.
That was that.
OG also.
I don't know, man. I mean,
come on, Mo.
the only reason why I'm saying that is because the Toronto Raptors is about to make a move. They might get a superstar. They about to put RJ quickly and somebody else on the map on the block. They trying to make the Toronto Raptors is trying to make a power move right now.
Yeah, that's what I just showed. He just fleeced them. He said, "Yo, now we gotta get an RJ out of here now."
No, but they about to flip RJ and get. It's hard to say you fleece somebody.
He got him.
But imagine
OG.
if they get. But what if they get a superstar or somebody that's an all-star that's better than OG? How can you say we fleeced them?
OG
You
is
see
way
what I'm
better
saying?
than both of them.
No, I'm
OG
saying
is
like they're gonna trade them too for an all-star. There's rumors they was trying to get Ja Morant.
That's rumors, bro. That's rumors, man.
Toronto.
They're not getting no John Morant. They're not getting. Nah,
No, they're not, because they shut it
come
down.
on,
The Grizzlies shut it down. They're not trading them.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that rumor. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in all that click for bait. This is the type of season for people that's lazy reporters want to just spread damage.
No,
at the world.
that's clickbait. But I am telling you that RJ and Quickly are on the block. They're trying to get something in return for those guys. So we don't know who that might be. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not worrying about them. I'm talking about what we got. OG.
So let's bring it back to us. So you felt like we fleeced OG from Toronto?
Yeah. People like, oh man, I don't know. Yeah, he was playing out of position. Tibbs had all them guys scrambled eggs since he got there.
I agree with that.
OG was out of position.
I agree
one.
with that. Mm-hmm.
Miguel was out of position.
That's
number
another
two.
fact.
And number three, Bronson could do whatever he wanted to do. They had no identity. Tibbs let them boys play out like they was on the block, like play basketball, yo. And that's why they was doing what they was doing. Come on, dog.
He said he had him like he was on the block. That's
funny. Man.
Okay.
Yeah. Even my man Omar Cook was saying the same thing. Said, yo, what's wrong with your man Tibbs? He out there letting them boys playing like he playing soul to the hole. I said, I don't know, dog. They looking crazy out here, man. And you know it. Your pops was brother, what's going on? Scratching his head like, what are they doing?
No, my pops was always getting on Tay. He said, what he doing?
Yeah, what is he doing?
No, that's a fact.
He had the bench players playing. We up. He taking them out. Like, what are you doing? Then Bronson come in the game and bounce the ball. Like, come on, bro.
Right.
You know what I mean? But you talking, what you're saying is correct. But I can't say Rose is out of here in the hot seat, man. He gave this man a job and he didn't do. Oh, your hot seat. He gave a man a job and he didn't do it.
No, I'm not saying he's on the hot seat with Dolan. I'm saying with me, he's on the hot seat.
Oh, with you?
But just with me.
Oh, with you.
So let your man know that, because I say it's for me. I know that Dolan don't got him on the hot seat. I know that.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought you said that Dolan, like, nah, son.
No, not Dolan. No. I'm talking about for me personally because.
Oh, your personal.
Listen,
I got you. My bad.
Yeah, because me personally, I'm like, because I'm like, look, this league is built on star players. I'm not saying Brunson can't be the guy or Towns can't be the guy, but this next coach you're gonna hire, he got to bring the next level out of at least one of those guys, right? Because the competition is only getting more fierce. It's only getting more fierce. So we're not going to run it back. I hate to break it to you guys, right? But we're not running it back because that's not what Leon Rose does. All I'm concerned about is we need to really get these guys in the right position. I do agree. So how do you feel about trading OG and Mikel
For
or
what?
Mikel? OG
For
or
what?
Mikel?
For
Because
what?
they're out of position.
Dog. Again, that's a coaching fault, bro. That's not it's not the
Okay.
players' fault, it's the coaching. Come
Okay.
on, everybody saying, "Oh, get Mark Jackson here." You got to get a good coach that know how to play the X and O game. Tibbs didn't do that, bro. Nothing wrong with defense. He was just like, "Oh, okay, go play the 3-2. Oh, go ahead, pass the ball, give it to Bronson." It was no ball passing. It was nothing. It was just like everybody was just standing in the corner waiting. Every player with Tibbs. Everybody was standing around just waiting for one person to do something. It's a team effort, bro. You know that. Anybody that play basketball know it's a team effort. It ain't only one man. They looked lost out there.
No, you're right about that. It's definitely a team effort, but
it's a team effort. We just can't blame it on the CO or the GO. Like, oh, you ain't doing your job. You about to be fired. Let the whole team. We need some new coaches in here.
So okay. So you don't want to trade OG or Mikel, right? So where are you playing them? At the 2-3 or the 3-4? Where you putting?
Put them in their position. Put everybody in the position they playing at. Like you said, we do need a 2 guard. We need a good one. You know what I'm saying? But we can't get one. We can't go with a cap for one.
No, we can. No, we can just gotta trade them. You gotta make a trade.
All right, so if we trade them, guess what? And it don't work, then what? What you gonna say then? Oh,
then
damn.
Your boy Leon Rose is gonna be on that damn hot seat, boy.
Nah, son. No,
you gonna be on that.
We can't do that. We be for real. If we get a coach in here for the first year, he got to get used to the players, bro. We can't do that. It's like going to a job and saying you got 15 years experience and you going to some company and you ain't doing what they saying you doing good. They gonna fire you? That's crazy. Nah, this guy here.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Coney. Your man Leon Rose did the same thing to Coach Tibbs. Every single year he had a different team.
Cause Tibbs asked for these players. He didn't ask. Yo, you got to start reading the stuff that we was saying in subliminal messages. When he said, "Yo, we don't want this guys." Tibbs is bringing my man from the Bronx here. He's good.
Oh my God, that was a big mistake.
That was Tibbs' moves. Those 2 guys was Tibbs' moves, bro. I'm telling you.
I don't know about that. Possibly.
Yo, like I said, I got insight. I got insight, bro.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I'm not gonna
I
talk too
forgot.
much.
Yeah.
You know, don't
talk.
But I got a little insight about certain things that's going on in the organization, and it's crazy. All them players, it's Tibbs guys, bro. They didn't want to get rid of Obi. I'm telling you, they were like, nah, it was like, oh, nah, we don't want to get rid of Obi. And look what happened. Tibbs didn't want him. Every person that had him, that had a good player that argued with the coach. You notice that?
Yeah.
Come on, it's Tibbs. I like Tibbs. No funny. But some things he just get me hot about. Like, dang, though, you're so selfish. That's a selfish coach. I don't care what nobody say. He want to do what he want to do, man. It don't work like that.
So you said those are Tibbs moves. Okay, that's fine. So now, here's my thing, right? Coming into this season, where do you expect us to be? Because I'm thinking we're going to the finals and to the championship, because that's what Leon Rose told me. But where do you think? So are we going to go to the first round with the new coach and we're going to build up from there? Or like what?
Again, Rose said what he said because he felt that we made it. It was up to the coach to make sure he do his job. He didn't do his job. So that was the time that when we in the beginning of the year, like we're going for a championship.
No, he said that. No, he said that with the firing. That was in the letter.
Yeah,
after we fired Tibbs.
That's what I said. And he said that he want to go to the championship, but we got to get the right coach. Now, his words are important, but you got to read everything in that. You got to read everything in that letter. You just can't read one thing. You got to read a lot of things in that letter. What he was saying, he's saying a few buts. When you say but, what that mean? I don't know for sure. We got to see. Yeah, you got to see. You can't say promise me $1,000 and be like, yo, BK, I got you. You know what I'm saying? Not 100. You owe me 1,000. You know. So what I'm saying, We gonna have to take time, dog. I'm not going with the way that man said. People make mistakes.
Okay. All right.
He made a
So
mistake.
how long you wait? How long you willing to wait for this thing to work?
I can't do that, bro. I can't. You don't even have a coach. You don't know who's who. I can't
Okay.
say it. I
Fair,
can't.
that's fair. That's fair.
I can't say. I
That's
can't
fair.
go ahead of the. I can't go ahead of that. I can't say, oh, next year.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people, a lot of people just think like, oh, we have to do this to do that. Yeah, we do. But it takes time. It takes time, patience. We as New Yorkers are so impatient. Like, bro, why you driving it on the side of the street on the sidewalk to pass me to get to the light and you didn't make the light?
All I'm saying is like, you know what? I get it. Because Coach Tibbs had to be fired because once the players threw him under the bus, it was over.
Yeah.
Right. Once they told the owner I can't come back, yeah, he had to go. But I wish he would have got one more year to see.
Wow. That's 6 years of the making, and we can't have another 6 years, bro.
I don't know if I don't know what you might know, but I don't know if the Towns trade was his trade.
That was his trade. I'm trying to tell
so,
you, bro. That was Tibbs. That's Tibbs. That's all Tibbs.
Okay.
That's all Tibbs.
So,
I don't. But I ain't gonna lie. They was talking about him from the beginning for years, though, bro.
They was talking about him for years.
Yeah,
so my
like
only
at least
thing was
6-7 years, man.
Imagine if you had a game plan, right, for the whole summer, and you had Randall and you had Mitch as your center, and now the day before media day, they do a blockbuster trade for Towns, a center that's just, he's a unique guy, right? Now I got to come up with a whole new game plan. I didn't even get a chance a full summer to work through nothing, right? Because
Hello?
I feel, huh?
You just said the same thing. I'm saying hello. He
Right.
he had no practice. So you can't.
So what if you gave Tibbs another summer? I know this wouldn't happen because of players, but if you gave Tibbs another summer to try to work on these things, but nobody wanted to give him the time. Well, it's the play. Nah, realistically though, Coney, it's the players. When the players told the owner, "Hey, I don't think I could play for this guy another year," yeah, he had to go.
Yeah, he had to go.
Like
bro.
this, yeah, he had to go. There's no debating it. I just feel like the grass isn't always greener on the other side, and you're entertaining coaches that were fired too, for reasons we don't know. It's not always greener. So I that's why I got it on the short leash, because everyone is saying Coach Tibbs is the problem. So if you remove the problem, then you should have success.
Correct.
Because he was the problem. I don't think Coach Tibbs was the only problem though.
It's both ways. It's both ways. It's like you going somewhere and you feeling uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be in a relationship no more, but you're just sitting around, just being there, right?
Right.
You don't want to be in a relationship, right?
Right.
Okay, so what you gonna do? You're not gonna give all your effort, right?
Right.
So that's how
Nah,
it feels
you
when you're around people you feel uncomfortable about. Like he should
Nah,
play
you
his
right.
players. I don't hate on nobody, bro. It's just like
Nah. It's real
You know what
talk.
I'm saying?
Nah,
But Tibbs,
we're not hating on nobody.
He put his own self in that position, bro.
Yeah, no, Tibbs had to go. So everybody listening, right? Because people think I'm the Coach Tibbs apologist. I'm looking at it from a bigger picture.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I won a championship, bro. Like that's all I care about.
too,
Anybody
yeah.
can go. Listen, my motto is this. I'm a Knicks fan. I was a Knicks fan before all these people was a part of the organization. I was a Knicks fan. Okay, so let's just establish that. So anybody can go in my book. All I'm saying is in history, because I deal with practical reality. So the teams that did what we're trying to do had elements on those teams that caused them to win championships. All I'm saying is this next coach is going to be under a crazy microscope. I mean, they're going to dissect every move he's going to make. I'm not even going to go that hard because I'm looking at Leon Rose. Yeah, the coach is cool. I'm looking at that guy right there. And I think that the wing stop is not going to work, bro. They both small forwards. OG and Mikal Bridges are small forwards. You got two small forwards.
I'm not gonna play with that. I'm not gonna use that.
I'm
He's out of
telling you.
position. They out of position, man.
Yes, and they're both the same position. But they're both the same position. They both
And
were small
again,
forwards.
who fault was that? When who fault was that? If I feel like if they figure that out, it'd be no problem. Nobody was saying nothing when we was winning how many games in a row? What, 15, 16 games in a row? Nobody wasn't saying nothing. Oh, we looking good out here. Yeah, let's go. Now, oh, you're not. You need to trade everybody now because
No, not everybody. Whoa.
I'm
You don't need to trade everybody.
But you saying everybody
But
can get it. I understand respectfully, but
everybody could get it.
this
But we
team
need a
wasn't
real two. We need a real two guard on offense because
correct.
Mikal Bridges cannot handle the ball,
He's
bro.
He's out of position. Yeah,
He's
that's not his
so, but-
game.
But now you got two small forwards on the floor together. You need a real power forward too. You need rebounding, bro. You need an
Again,
interior presence.
yeah, we know that. But I'm saying everybody that was out of position. Everyone was out of position. Oh,
Could we bring Mikal Bridges off the bench?
I felt bad for that dude, bro. I felt
Could we bring
bad for
Mikal off the bench? Could we bring Mikal off
Yeah.
the bench?
Oh, come on, son. Don't say that, man. They don't submit.
Why not?
All that money gonna have to put a yo. You know what happened to the Knicks? You know what happened?
I think it's the right move.
Nah, no.
Now you got the balance. OG at the 3, and I'll put Deuce at the 2 if I can't get a 2 guard. So, because Deuce can guard point guards, Mikal cannot guard point guards. Deuce can handle the ball and make plays a little bit. Mikal's not doing that, bro. He's not. He's gonna get cooked every time.
So what, his
He's gonna
normal
get-
position is a small forward. Put him where he's supposed to be at.
Right, and OG is not a 4. You're not gonna get no rebounds.
Listen, who else we got up in the paint?
We
have
only
to
got
figure that-
Towns.
We're gonna have to figure that out.
Right. So you're going to need a real power forward. And I would put, if I can't get a real 2 guard, I would put Deuce there, bro. I think Deuce would be phenomenal there.
Yeah,
He
so
got
take-
all the energy. He
So
going to run
Deuce-
after all them point guards.
What's the positive when we? I'm driving right now. I can't even look on my joint. But since
What you want me to look up?
Every time Deuce come in the game, how many times we win the game? How many times we get up when Deuce come in the game?
I could look at his plus minus. I know
Yeah,
he
look
was
at
a
his-
plus minus
As
guy in
when
the
Bronson, Deuce played. Who was it? Deuce, OG.
You want to see what a lineup is, or you want to see what they individual?
The plus minus when them 5 guys is in. Damn, I can't. I'm driving right now. They win a lot of games together.
I know in the playoffs, Deuce had the best plus minus out of everybody on the team. He had an on-court 7.6, and his on-off was 11.4.
Okay, so when you take Deuce out of the lineup, what happens? We fall away, right? Because of defense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's why if I can't get a 2 guard, I would start Deuce at the 2 and put Mikal off the bench. If y'all don't want to trade Mikal, because OG and Mikal cannot start together, bro. It's not going to work. I don't care who your coach is. It's not going to work. Because I'm going to guard Brunson 94 feet. That's all I'm going to do.
They're gonna
And
fix
then now-
that. No, they're gonna fix that. That's coaching for. They're gonna fix all
So-
that. They're gonna
So
fix
who's
all
bringing
that.
up the ball? So who's going to bring up the ball? They
We
guard
don't know.
94 feet.
We don't know
Right.
who we're gonna pick. Say for example, we get a good 2 guard. Who you want? Who we want? Let me see.
Honestly,
I have one person, but I can't live over a dream because we don't want to
yeah,
hit that second.
I only got dreams. Like, honestly, I would love to get Nembhard from the Pacers. I know that's not going to happen.
Wow,
but
he's a
he
little
would be
dude
perfect.
too, bro. He's small too.
Nah, he like 6'4", 6'5".
Come on,
Ain't he?
he's small, bro. Come on, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that, son.
Oh, I put him on the screen. No,
Yeah,
but he's perfect though.
Nah,
He
we
could
don't
guard
need
point
him.
guards, man.
Nah, we don't need him. We don't need him. Nah, we don't need him. Nah, no disrespect, fam. That's another person that off the hype for 1 year, bro. Nah, we ain't
Nah,
doing
not
that.
1 year. Remember, he hit the big shot last. He's
That's
6'5",
one
by the
shot.
way.
That's one shot.
He's 6'5", by the way.
He's 6'5", so Bronson is what, 6'3"?
Brunson 6'2", 6'5". OG 6'7". I like it.
Nah, I don't want no number.
I love that.
1 year, dude.
Because
That's a 1
Nembhard,
year
he
dude.
could dribble and make plays for other. Like, the fact that you can dribble and make plays for others, he helps Halliburton. Yo, The reason why Halliburton is nice like that is because he got all them other guards that could handle the ball and take all the pressure off him. Because Halliburton go off the ball sometimes. Like sometimes Halliburton just be a elbow dude. He just be waiting there while they creating. You know, you need that. We don't got that on this team, bro.
I know that we don't need no Nimhard though. Not oh no, because he's in Oklahoma. I mean, he's in Indiana. Now we're not gonna do that. We didn't know nothing about the boy. The boy only did that for 2 years. Respectfully, nah, for real rap.
Yeah, that's facts.
For
that's
2
facts.
years. For 2
That's
years.
facts. In 2 years.
We just know about 2 years respectfully. Because all right, cool. Let's see him.
How
do
you
this.
feel about? I got another name. How you feel about DeJounte Murray?
Oh man, how are we gonna get him? What are we gonna? Nah.
I know it.
Come on,
No, bro, you can give up Bridges.
We got
Give up Bridges.
Bridges, yo, listen, y'all sleeping on Bridges, son. Y'all keep on sleeping on him, yo.
No. Listen, I love Bridges, man. Bridges is nice. I just feel like he and OG together. You know, even if you had that, like he and OG they're just together. They're not the same player. They're just in the same spot on the floor. Like you just can't. You know, like.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I was talking to my man. Real quick. My fault. Now,
okay.
It's my fault. Yeah.
No, I was saying that Mikal and OG, they have to be on the same spot on the floor. And I don't think them together works because they don't rebound. Now, if OG could give you 7 rebounds, we'd be all right. Because he give me 7 rebounds at the 4. But these guys is giving you 4 and 5 rebounds a night, bro. Like you need to rebound. Like it's important.
Our rebounders is great.
Right, because you had Josh Hart on the floor.
When Mitchell came in the game, when Mitch came back, we was like 16, 17. When Mitch came back, we was in second place. Hello, yeah, because that lineup we had, OG, Mitch played. Who else was there? The starting 5, except for Mitch. The starting 4, except for Mitch. Mitch was in the game. You remember
talking about when we had Hart? We had Hart.
No,
you talking about without Hart?
No. Without Hart.
That was only in the playoff. Like they didn't do the double big lineup a lot.
Okay, and whose fault was that?
Yeah.
Whose fault was that?
No.
And we needed that.
Part of it was, remember, Mitch missed 65 games, bro. Come on. We can't ignore that. He missed 65 games.
We know that.
And then Towns also sat out games. So when they came back, they both sat out games. Like down the stretch of the season, they both missed a couple of games. So there was no time. This is why I said why Tibbs in my perfect where I would have gave him another year to see what he actually does with the same team if y'all really want to run it back, because he didn't get a time to implement these things. You know, but I mean, it is what it is. He's gone now, so can't cry over spilled milk. But I just feel like OG and Mikal, they are just the same position. Like they would be great if the other one didn't exist. But because the other one is there, and Mikal, his mid-range game is awesome. I would love to see that unlocked, but he can't guard point guards and he can't dribble the ball. He just can't. What do you want me to do?
When my fault, I have a little something now. He was like,
go ahead.
But anyway,
and I'll let you go because I know you moving, shaking, and popping too.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you go. Cause I'm driving and police behind me.
Yeah. I don't want you. Yeah, I want you to be focused. I appreciate you, kid, for calling, man. Next week, I'll see you. All right, salute. Am I tripping, guys? Am I tripping? Keep the calls coming, 646-995-8389. I got some calls from I don't know if this is the same person, but I got some calls from anonymous numbers. Can't call them back. Thank you, G. Thank you. Hold on, this is Moses. Hey, Moses.
Yeah, what's going on? I have to
brother?
call back. Listen.
Is something on your mind? Something you heard? Did something trigger you? What was it?
I don't think we're getting that guard from Indiana because we don't have enough. Again, we don't have enough.
Oh, wait, Moses, hold on. Oh, wait, never mind. I almost had a special guest. If I get this special guest, I'm gonna have to get back to you.
Yeah.
This is a very special guest. I'm not sure I seen them. They called. They hung up. I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. Let me send this text. But go ahead, speak. Go ahead, speak your mind.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're gonna get. Tell you the truth, I don't think they have that much options really because they don't have enough cap space. That's
Hold
one.
on, Moses. I'm gonna hit you right back after this next call. This is a very important call. I promise. I hit you right back.
Yeah.
Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from? I'm gonna hit you right back after this next call. This is a very important call. I promise. I hit you. Hey, caller, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wait, hold on. Was you just letting the echo? What's up, man? What's it? Talk to the people, man.
Hold on. Let me pause my screen over here. Watching the live action. Hold on.
Let's go. Hold up, man. Listen, we got a special guest in the house, man.
What's happening, brother?
Hey, man. Still Knicks fans in the house.
Hey, man. You know, just trying to do some things. I'm working on some stuff for tomorrow's show. I said, you know what? Let me chime in real quick and see what's going on, bro. How's everything?
It's 1 o'clock. I'm letting you live. It's 1 o'clock. Because if it was 2, I was kicking you off the line. I was like, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? But no, everything is good, brother. You know, we just here, you know, having this conversation, man. I've been kind of I would say a little on the edge in recent times. I'm still objective, of course, but you know, I just been putting out some interesting content that, you know, some people may not like, but I always gonna keep it real, man. And I got my eyes on the big picture, which is a championship. But enough about me, man. What's going on in Still Nick? I see you guys moving and shaking, popping over there. You guys been growing. I see the growth, man. You guys putting in some work over there.
We're trying. It's about time. 4 years in, man. It's about time.
Man.
But anyway.
That's what's up, man. Salute to
that. So you got Leon Rose on the hot seat?
For me personally, I'm not saying that he's on Dolan's hot seat. All right, because people thinking I got people in Brooklyn coming for my head. I don't even know. For the record, Dolan he's not on Dolan's hot seat. That's still Dolan's man's. No, for me personally, because I feel as though he made a statement, right? That for the first time, he said this, our singular focus is a championship. Now, I'm a practical, historical kind of guy. What we're trying to do goes against the odds. We don't have the super duper star, right? Hopefully, I'm hoping Brunson can be that or Towns can be that. I'm still holding out hope. But the reality of where we are right now, right? Before we could think about the future that's not here, is we have a team that's solid, that's very good, but people want to go to the 4 examples of coaches getting fired and winning championships. Steve Kerr, in Cleveland with LeBron, was that Ty Lue? What was the other ones? I think the other was another LeBron example. These examples all have superstars attached to them, something that we don't have. The Kawhi Leonard with Nick Nurse. So I'm concerned. I'm happy, yes, but I am concerned that this is going to be like the 90s again, where really good teams, we win 60, well, not 60, but I don't know if we could get to 60, but 55 wins, 51, like all of that's great, but we didn't win. When June came, we all hoping another team beat another team. And to all you Knicks fans out there wishing the Pacers win, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Some of those guys are in my Discord server.
Nah, I'm not with that. I'm hoping the Pacers lose.
Man, listen, man, I was mad they won game. Oh, boy, I was hot. Man, I went into the Discord server, man. I said, listen, man, the game is over. I'll see y'all on Sunday.
Hey, man, I hear you.
But what's your take on, am I wilding? Because, you know, sometimes I reach out to Ron just to make sure I'm not too off the rails. What do you think, man? What do you think about what I just said?
No, I think listen, that's why you're the objective Knicks fan. You come at it from a different style of thinking, and you're not wrong to feel like he's on your hot seat for certain things. Plus the fact that they did come out with their statement about what they want this team to be and what their approach is going to be. So now you're expecting that to be the case, because the whole thing about transparency and the way they move, everything's cloak and dagger. They don't say a lot. We barely get anything. And then when you actually come out and issue a statement after a big firing, yeah, that definitely puts the emphasis on you now. I mean, so I'm not surprised that you have him on your own individual hot seat. I think that makes a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
if the Knicks come out, I don't think they will, but if the Knicks come out the gate and they don't look good next year for whatever reason, I'm sure other people
Boy.
are going to put him on the hot seat.
Oh
Um,
boy.
yeah, I know, but
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
no, we don't need that. We don't need that. But to your point, I was going to say two things. First,
Okay.
I don't want to forget. The first thing I was going to say is because remember we talked about this a while ago when the Knicks were actually still in the playoffs and they were playing, and it
Right.
was the Detroit series, and you had asked
Yes.
me, do you
Oh
feel like Leon
yes.
Rose is on the hot seat? And remember I told
Yes.
you, I don't
Mm-hmm.
really feel like he is, but if the players aren't happy,
Bingo.
and lo and behold, at the end of the season, the players are the ones that got him up out of here. So
Right.
yeah, that's the only way I could see it happening because I just think that the organization is very loyal. If you're doing well by them, and we have been on paper improving every season, so I didn't think they
Right.
were going to fire him. I said the only way they
Yeah.
were going to get him out of here was if the players didn't like it. So, but
Yeah, and you
anyway,
was on the money. You was on the money with that, boy. I mean, woof. And to me, that is the reason why he's fired. That is the
yeah,
reason.
yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I think that's just it. Now to the point that you were saying that you're a little concerned, I think the Knicks just have to find that middle ground, bro. I think last year's team with Dante and everybody they had, people say they overachieved, and maybe they did, but it also they overachieved because of the type of players that they had. It was the type of makeup that the team and the style of play and what the team bought into. That's why they
Right.
were able to play the way they played. This year, you have a little bit more talent, top heavy talent, starter talent, all that good stuff. But obviously, we don't have the same bench. So I just think the Knicks just need to find a happy medium between last year's team and this year's team, to kind of round out what the team is good at, and what helps fill out the roster. We need another scorer of some type. He could be a shooter or it's just somebody who can get buckets. And we need another type of either a strong defender or a ball handler type that can help orchestrate. And if any of these two players
Mm-hmm.
can do both, even better, whatever. But that's what they need to do. And if they can add that to the mix, I think they'll be fine, bro, because the Knicks are not that far away from getting to the promised land. I just think you cannot play them the way Tibbs was playing them and rely on that type of energy for 4 quarters for 48 minutes and think that people are going to put up a solid product. Eventually, your product's going to get diluted, and that's what happened.
No, facts. No, big time fact. I mean, you're saying a lot of things I agree with. In terms of, see, the key ingredient to the mix that you just created was Coach Tibbs, right? Coach Tibbs was at the helm of those two teams. This is why I did an unfiltered thought for my channel members, and I'm pretty sure some of them didn't like it, but there's no such thing as, like, this team cannot run it back. It's impossible, right? People, let's just run it back. But once you fire the coach, that automatically changes the dynamic of the team. So this team will have a new look, even if we kept the same guys, which I don't think is even possible with the way the salary circumstances are stipulated, unless Leon Rose says, hey, we're going to stick with this same team. Like, I'm talking about bringing back Precious and signing who we need to sign. And then as a second apron team, using that $5 million exception. I don't know if that's the plan. I don't think that would be, I don't think that that's smart either, but you never know with Leon Rose. But that would be like the closest thing to running it back. I don't foresee that happening. I see a scenario where we're going to be hard capped at that first apron. But another thing I pointed out, right, was Mikal Bridges and Wingstop. I personally think it's time to break it up. Or the other alternative would be like my man J-Tap in the chat. Salute to J-Tap. I see you. He says that Mikal Bridges coming off the bench wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for the politics. But what do you think? Am I tripping? The reason why I say we should break them up is because I feel like they're the same position. Like, Mikal Bridges is a 3, period. Now, he can defend 2 guards. I don't like him defending point guards. I don't think that that's where his strong suit is defensively. I think he's better off the ball and guarding guys that's not necessarily he has to pick up 94 feet. I think he's just better. His length, all of that, it's great playing passing lane, more as an off the ball kind of like guarding the 2-guard type of guy. Then OG, you also will have OG out there doing the same thing. And defensively, I think that would work a lot better. Now, so I said, so offensively, I feel like he's a 3. Defensively, he could guard 2 threes. OG to me is a 3, though he can play some 4. But my only problem with OG Anunoby is he does not rebound the way you're going to need your power forward to rebound. Because if you want to go with, okay, we're going to stick with the 2 guys and add a guard, rebounds are going to be a problem. If you stick with the 2 guys and then add a big, now the issues that I said on the offensive end will persist. When they guard and Brunson 94 feet, who is that other playmaker? What do you think about Wingstop? Am I off base? Do you have an alternative where Wingstop works? What say you about Wingstop?
Well, first off, let me say I agree with you that I said this like months ago too. I feel like the Knicks would fare better if Mikal came off the bench. They're not gonna do it because of
no.
he's been a starter his whole career.
Yes.
And I guess, whatever the amount of money he makes,
The money.
it's all crazy politics, all
The
that
picks.
stuff.
The picks they traded for him. All of that.
Yeah, the picks too. You're gonna give up 5 picks and have them coming off the all that crazy stuff. Yeah. But that would be better for the team. It would be better for the team and it'd be better for Mikal because Mikal could come in and be the leader of that second unit, which would put him in a better position to move around the court and get the shots he likes rather than staying in the corner, allowing open lanes for other drivers on the court. So I agree
Ron.
with
That's
that.
all I'm saying. Man, you said it, man. Salute to Ron, man. Maybe, man, it has to come from Ron and not just me, man. You articulated it.
I agree with you. I agree. Yeah, that's how it should be. I think that would be better for the team, but they're not going to do it. Since we know they're not going to do it, to your point, maybe they can't both coexist here. Because and the flip side to that is, look, if the rumors are true that Mikal Bridges wants the max, he's got to go.
Right, I heard that.
He's gone. He's out of here. The Knicks ain't paying him no $39 million per year, especially as an inconsistent player. Nope, it's not gonna happen.
And you're not a teamer. You're not a defensive teamer. You wasn't even in the ranks to get to the defensive team.
Nope.
Right? You're not an all-star. Like, I mean, you're not even giving us 20 points.
No, I can't see it. And as good as he's been, he's just too inconsistent. And defensively, even when he steps up and plays really good defense when he has his moments, he still has not been the same type of defender as he was like his second or, first or second year
the
in
Phoenix
Phoenix.
years.
Yeah, he just hasn't been that guy. He has moments, but it's just it's all good when you're making a certain amount of money, but when you want top dollar, it changes the expectations. And
also, the Phoenix role, real quickly, the Phoenix role was what you just described that you want from the Knicks. He was coming off the bench. But go ahead. I just want to add that.
Right.
To make that point a lot more stronger. Go ahead.
That's a good point. And the other thing too is we've already seen the Knicks have not, when it comes to players that they are not sure about or there's some things, question marks, they don't pay them. Okay. How many extensions have the Knicks actually fulfilled? Or you know what I mean?
Big facts.
You know
Big
what
facts.
I mean? Quickly up out of here. Julius Randle up out of here. Obi Toppin up out of here. You know what I mean? Like
out of here.
Anybody
Kevin
that got
Knox.
questions about, they out of here.
Yo, bro, it's funny you said that because I just was saying that somewhat on the Unfiltered Thought and that's another reason why I said the running it back thing is just Leon Rose is going to make a change and I think it's going to be a change that some of you guys might not want. I think it's going to be a Dante DiVincenzo level change where it's like, no, why he had to go kind of because he knows the apron situation that I'm breaking down and it's only so much you want to do if you want to stay in that first apron, right? And one of the moves would be to make a trade. and hopefully you could get $2.5 million out of that trade as well to add to that $8 million mix there. But so what do you do with Wingstop? Are you gonna trade him or?
Yeah, no, I'm keeping Obi, but Macau. So all the things that I already said that you have already said, those are already reasons that I could see Macau leaving. But then here's the last one.
Go ahead.
The Knicks just don't have enough money.
Right.
The free agent stuff, and shout out to Fritz Alcindor. We talked about it on the show, and he helped give me clarity on this, and as well as other Knicks fans. You know, no matter what money that the Knicks actually have this offseason, one, it's not going to be in total, right? Because it's going to be broken up between the certain contracts that they can offer, a mid-level exception or a veterans minimum. So you can't even you can't say, I'm going to take all of this money and give it to one player, which would help you find a more talented player. You can't do that. You got to break it up.
No.
So, and that's all they have. And once they get to a certain point with what they have there, they're at the second apron. So they can't afford to go there. So they're so cash strapped. You've already said those other reasons you named why it's a questionable fit. We already talked about the fact that he might want the max, and they're definitely not paying. No, they're not going to pay him $39 million per year. And then you think, wow. Can we get something more profitable to help the team if we move them? And so the answer is yes. So I just think the writing's on the wall.
I just want to make sure we get that yes out of you.
No,
That's all.
No. The writing's on the wall, bro. I already said I think Macau's out of here.
Copy. By the way, real quickly, Rod, on the screen, I don't want to be doom and gloom because that's not what my channel is about. But this is next year's salary. You only have 7 players on the contract. The way it's constructed now, I mean, this can change by if we sign somebody to a multi-year deal this year, whether it be Mitch or whether it be Mikal. But I just want to show you guys something. 7 players, $48 million in space, first apron. Now, if Mikal's getting $39 million, right? He's eating up the. So basically, with Mikal's salary, you're pretty much going to be within the first apron range, right? This is not counting numbers. This is only 7 players. Then you would add Mikal. So next year is when you're going to really see the real mad squeeze. Because I asked, because this is the question I want to ask to preface it with this information here. Do the Knicks, should they decide to go into the second apron this season with all the restrictions, but with this is for my run it back people, because Precious Achiuwa, you have bird rights, right? So you could sign him for whatever you could give him the $8 million. That'll automatically throw you in the second apron, and then from there you'll have the taxpayer mid-level, which would be $5 million. So you could go get you a Luke Kennard or whoever you could get, even as a second apron team. It's just that now you're going to have all of these restrictions. Right. You know, all of the draft picks freeze, and then also next year you already see is already lining up that you'll be a second apron team. So now that'll be 2 years. So what do you think about the apron status? Should we just crack the? Also another thing too, you can't do a trade that includes the aggregates or some of the slick maneuvering, because once you make that trade, you're automatically hard cap at the second apron, meaning that you won't be able to become a second apron team. So it's a lot of crazy factors that to consider. But for the running back people, and I'm not saying you're a running back person, but to be able to get a Precious and possibly get a Kennard or whoever you could get for the $5 million, is the second apron something? Yay, we trying to win a championship. Should we just jump into the fire? What do you think?
Well, one, and let me just say, even though I said that I think Mikal is up out of here, if by some chance they do agree to do an extension and he gives the Knicks the homeboy discount, then I could see them, changing their thought process and keeping him here if he gives them the homeboy discount. But if that don't happen, he's out of here. 100%.
He's out of here.
I believe he's out of here. But
facts.
Yeah. So I would say that the Knicks may try to do the wait and see approach and try to bring in somebody on the mid-level and somebody on the veterans minimum, whoever they can, the best possible people that they can bring in for those amounts of money, and
Yeah.
basically run it back with the other people on the team and see if they can catch lightning in the bottle with one or two of the young rookie guys and help that round out the roster. You obviously would let certain guys go, maybe Shamit or DeLon Wright. You know, I don't know if
Right.
they would, if one of them might come back or both of them go. And then I do think, I have a feeling Precious is out of here too, because he's not happy with his playing time.
Well,
Even
yeah,
though,
yeah, for sure.
even though you might be coming back to a new coach. So
Right, which is something to consider. See, the Precious thing makes it even more complicated because the only issue with the scenario you gave is that once you sign that player for that 5.7 mid-level, out of this $8 million you have here. Now you could also let PJ Tucker go too, right?
And I
PJ
think
Tucker
PJ Tucker's out of here too.
He could be up out of here. Ariel's also on an option, but I don't think it would be smart to let Ariel go.
Nah, I think they're bringing Ariel back. Yeah.
So once you let's get rid of PJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
PJ's out of here, right? So now your 8 million goes to 11.5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you minus the 5.7 that you're going to give to whoever free agent that you said from the 11.5. Let's say that's what 6 million? That $6 million, you have to sign 3 players.
Right.
And at that rate, you're going to have to sign straight like rookie veteran minimums because you can't afford to go above that because you'll be hard cap as well.
Right.
So once you'll be hard cap at that apron. So the only other way to free up space would be to do a trade, right? In which you could free up a couple of million, but the only way to do that, you would have to trade a hard or so like either way, it's going to be guys. I'm letting you guys know it's going to be crazy, but I do agree with you though. I do think that we should try to stay in the first apron no matter what.
Yeah,
because
I think
next
they
year
have to, bro. They have to
because next year you're going to be a second apron team. Yeah,
second apron
next year,
teams.
yeah.
You got to be ready, bro. Second apron.
You got to be
teams,
ready.
You got to be ready. Boston did it and they were ready, but then they ran into Jason Tatum getting hurt. And now he might be out for next season, or at least most of next season, if not all of it. Now you stuck.
Mm-hmm.
That's why now they might be letting Horford go and Drew Holiday go and Luke Cornett go. You know, because they're stuck now.
But those trades are going to be difficult to do because you can't put Drew Holiday and KP together. They're a second apron team, so they're not allowed to aggregate contracts.
Right.
They can take back multiple players, but they couldn't come put guys together to bring, they couldn't do that. So they could only do KP for this person or these people. And then they could do Drew Holiday for these people, but they can't do it in one trade because it would be a lot easier to just put it in one trade and then ship them out into different teams. That'd be the easiest way to do it. So now they got to really figure it out. Yeah,
so you want to hear my wild theory?
Yeah, your wild theory. Let's go. And I know you got to go because it's late.
To you because I'm not even ready to announce it on my show. It's my wild.
Okay, listen, man. I'm because it's 1:30. I'm looking at the time. I know you got to get up early, so I'm gonna let you get this off.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
ahead.
get this off, and I'll let you get to other callers, man.
Go ahead.
My wild theory is that the Knicks are going to add at least 2 people to the team with the mid-level and with the veterans minimum.
Okay.
Maybe one of those guys has to be the homeboy discount. Listen, take the $3 million or whatever.
Right.
Next year, once you're on the contract, we'll take care of you. Whatever. Then they're gonna play out the season. Like I said, see if one of them rookie guys from last year pops.
Okay.
If depending on how the season starts off, if the Knicks look good and they look like they're on the road to the playoffs like they normally would be, and it's an improvement over last year's efforts early, good to go, and they'll just ride it out. But if somehow with the new coach, new system, whatever they're doing, and trying to incorporate those other bench players with whoever they picked up, if things don't look good, I think the Knicks would do a pivot at the trade deadline and get off of Mikal Bridges and get off of Mitchell Robinson for expiring contracts. Trade those players to wherever you want to trade, bring back the money that's coming off the books at the end of the year, and then they would pivot and use that money to get other players to go. I mean, but all in, that's when you say this season may not be it, but at the end of this off season, whatever expiring contracts come off, we're going to use that in free agency, and we're going to
Okay.
get the players to go back at it one more time for the champs, for the
I like
championship.
the way you said. I like the way you said that because you said key things: trade for expiring contracts,
Mm-hmm.
because you don't want to trade for salary because you're going to be in that second apron, and once
Correct.
you get there, but you get the expiring contracts. Now you could have flexibility with a new coach. Finally getting to because I don't know when they're going to hire this coach. They're talking about, well, Yuri said past the draft, right? I didn't read that myself, but they won't get a coach by the time the draft comes. And I'm like, damn, like I would want my coach at the draft because maybe there's a player that my new coach would want in his system, right? Or just to give him an opportunity to,
I think the part of that is, I mean, the Knicks know that, it's not like they have a sexy pick. It's the 50th pick. So if they traded up or if they had an earlier pick, then I definitely think that they would make it more of a priority.
Yeah, I think they're going to trade off that pick and try to get a future second round. That's what I think is going to happen. No draft action for us.
That sounds like what they would do.
No draft action, unfortunately, because this draft is pretty exciting. But okay.
Yeah.
I like the theory, though. I think it's a smart. I mean, I wouldn't be as mad. I mean, I'm still, my hot seat will be steaming. But if we can come back with the flexibility next year, that's some brilliant, management right there.
Because the whole thing is, remember, like for fans will be pissed off because in their mind they're like, well, we were close this year, and so we think we're gonna get there next year, and then you telling me you're gonna pivot or you doing stuff to pivot, and now you're waiting for the following year. So, but you got to understand when you decide to do something like that, if the season's not working out the way you want to, you make a trade for expiring contracts. You're starting from a point of now I've got money to add players to this team, but I'm adding players to a team that has OG Anunoby, Cat, and Brunson. So now I can build a better product around them.
Right. No, I got you. You. And I'm looking at the money for next year too. I'm not sure if Josh Hart would also be on that list. But,
I don't know. I mean, I don't remember if Josh the following year has a team option or a player option.
Regular contract.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess he'd be here.
Okay. Interesting stuff. I like it, man. But Ron, man, I appreciate you, man. And I got to get on Still Knicks fans, man. My Monday's been crazy, but I got to get on there, man.
Yeah,
I miss being on there.
Let's work it out, man. Let's work something out because it's been too long.
Yeah, too long, man. We passed way past the 1 month quota too. So yeah, we got definitely got to get fix that, man.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you taking my call. I'll be listening to the rest of the show as I finish up my stuff for tomorrow. But yeah, man, keep doing your thing, bro. And I'm
no
like
doubt.
I said, I appreciate the work you're doing and the grind. Your hustle is real, and I see the show continuing to grow, bro.
I appreciate that, Ron, man. I appreciate you guys, Still Knicks fans. The Objective Knicks fan, man, we like family, man. Salute, man. I appreciate you, Ron.
All right, brother. Have a good day.
I'm going to hit you up. All right.
All right. Later.
All right. Still Knicks fans in the house, man. Keep the calls coming. 646-995-8389. Why are we calling up with anonymous numbers? I don't understand that. I'm not going to leak your number out, man. Just call up with your number so I could call you back. Keep the calls coming. 646-995-8389. I did promise I was going to get my man Moses back on the line. He had something he wanted to ask me. But then Ron called. Chat is lit right now, man. Make sure y'all hitting that subscribe button if you're not subscribed. I didn't put it on subscribe only mode tonight. I'm letting y'all live.
Yo.
What's up, Moses? What you want to ask me?
No, I was gonna say I'm mostly concerned about the coaching thing. So my question is, which coach would you want to see on coach this team? Like I said, I'm definitely down for Kid. If you can't get Kid, I think your best option is probably bringing bringing in. I don't know if Stan Van Gundy wants to come back here, but
I think
you know
Stan is done. Stan is done. He
why?
announced it.
Why you say he's done? How is it?
Because I
He
think he
can't do
just got a contract. I think he just signed a deal with NBC.
it. Yeah, I don't think he's doing that. So out of Kid, if you can't get Kid here, then the best option it was talking about is probably bringing back Mike Woodson. Who would you want to see as a coach?
Like I said before, to me the coach is secondary. I don't give a damn who coaches. My thing is this: I need somebody who's going to bring the most out of Brunson and Towns, because in this league you don't win championships without star players. So if you can't get me the Giannis, right, which is unfortunate, but it's the Knicks. That's what we do. We don't get the superstar players. We get the guys that are second tier, and then we try to win. And in history, you don't win like that. There's only one team that won like that, and that was the Detroit Pistons. So when you ask me about the coach, because the great Leon Rose said that his singular pursuit is a championship, I'm only thinking about championship. So I don't give a damn who it is. I just hope it's the right coach, because at this point, you're going to need somebody that's going to be able to take on his roster, because he likes these guys. I don't know if he's going to make a trade. I think he needs to make a trade, but I don't know if he's going to make that trade. So,
well, I tell you this:
I don't really care, to be honest.
I heard Mikal Bridges is asking for an extension. I'm not paying him Mikal Bridges no big money. I'm telling you that right now. If he's asking for big money, I'm gonna trade him. I'm not paying him no 100 mil, nothing like crazy contract like that for inconsistent.
You said no. You said you wouldn't give him $100 million.
Mikal Bridges.
Yeah,
I don't think
for
Mikal
4 years, you wouldn't give him 4 years.
I don't think he's worth that. Would you give him?
Oh, damn.
Would you give him that?
I think he's worth at least, with at the rate of the new salaries we're seeing each and every year with the 10% increase, you're gonna see guys getting $75 million, superstars getting $75 million a year. So I could see Mikal getting at least half of that. 32, 33. Yeah, I think he deserves to be in the 30s. Look, there's a lot of guys to me that aren't better than Mikal Bridges getting more than that. So
True that. I mean, but then again, it's about creating cap space, though. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
Jalen Brunson is the only person that cares about that. He's the only one. Nobody else cares. If Randall did give us a big discount too. Well, was it a big discount? I don't know. If you can't get the money anywhere else, I don't know if that's a discount. But Brunson's the only one that cares about that. And maybe Josh Hart.
Yeah.
But Josh Hart doesn't make that much money anyway. But maybe he would be the only other one to do that. No one else is sacrificing that much money. They might do a couple of million, but they're not sacrificing that.
I mean, so who would you add it? Again, man, listen, if only they had the money I would definitely wouldn't mind DeJounte Murray being here. You know what I'm saying?
You could do it. The problem with the DeJounte Murray trade is that he's coming off injury. So teams don't trade for players that are not superstars off injury.
Right.
The only player you seen get a deal, or was he traded? No, that was KD when he went to the Nets. He was signed. You don't see that. Like, regular dudes don't get that treatment. Like, you got to be a superstar. So because of that, I don't see the trade happening now. It could happen mid-season, right? Mm-hmm. Mid-season, Murray starts balling out. Hey, yo, we need to call up New Orleans to go get him. So, yeah, it could happen.
But who would you give up to get him?
Well, he's making $30 million. So it'll be a combination of Mikal and somebody else, more than likely. I don't know who that other player would be. It could be a combination of younger guys, right?
I'm not giving up no picks, man. We need our picks, man.
I don't think you would have to give up picks for DeJounte Murray at that point.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about in general. I would love for the Knicks to keep their first round picks.
But you ain't got no first round. You already traded them. They all gone.
Yeah,
so
I would love.
Yeah. Ain't nothing much more they could give besides a couple of second round picks.
Yeah, I mean, Like try to get second rounds traded for first rounds, but I doubt that's gonna happen. But the thing is this is that I don't know which way they're gonna go. I don't know who's gonna be their coach. I don't know what players is gonna be here. So
Yeah,
who's
it's a
to know?
mystery. It's a complete mystery because the way the salary is, it's like you can go into the second apron, you could not go into the second apron. You could make a trade that hard caps you there. So like it's just so much alternatives so everything we're talking about right now is just so like premature and speculative. It's fun to talk about. I love to talk about this stuff. But I'm just curious to see where you guys are, because you guys for some reason don't want to make certain trades. And I'm like, listen, man, if I'm going to get the ingredients I need, anybody can go. Now, if you really want to know the real guy who I want to trade for and it's not going to happen, I want Giannis Antetokounmpo, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's
because one, Giannis doesn't want to be traded. That's the real reason why it doesn't want to happen.
Yeah,
and he
Giannis
didn't ask for the trade to New York. Yeah, he don't want to go nowhere. He want to stay in Milwaukee and lose. They're going to get cooked. The Milwaukee Bucks is getting cooked, period.
Yeah,
so
not
if he wants to stay over there, I'm not concerned about them. They got Kyle Kuzma, Brook Lopez, and they got no perimeter defenders. Could they sign one? I don't know. But their perimeter defense is trash. I'm not worried about the Milwaukee Bucks. He wants to stay there. He's not getting another star player to go there. So just let him just suffer and suck in Milwaukee, and we'll just keep beating him every year.
I know what a lot of knuckleheads say. They got Damian Lillard. I think Damian Lillard is not the same player.
He's going to be missing probably the entire year, because didn't he have an ACL? Or he had I'm not sure if it's the Achilles or ACL. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's going to be missing a lot of time. So he's not even going to be there.
So if you want to stay there, let him stay there. Just know that he ain't winning. So just know that.
Yeah, they're going to get cooked because the perimeter defense is Busora. It's just, Drew Holiday was the guy. I don't know why. Well, I know why they traded him, but Drew Holiday was one of the main reasons why they won the championship, because he didn't need the ball in his hand. And he's a really good defender. Like, their perimeter defense was pretty solid with Holiday there.
Guy they got rid of is Chris Middleton.
Well, Middleton's kind of washed. I'm not gonna lie, but he's solid. He's solid though. He's solid, but I wouldn't say that's the reason they're not gonna win.
Yeah,
but he was a factor when they did win, so that's a fair point.
True. So I mean, I don't think I want Kuzma here. Would you like? I mean, to be realistic,
Kuzma, and hell no, he don't play no defense.
Yeah, I mean, you need some defensive guy. The thing is, at the guard position, you need a player that's effective with or without the ball. You know what I'm saying? That could defend the two. So it's hard to. I don't know what guard, what two position that could defend the two. That could play defense.
No, you don't need to defend the two. You need to defend the one.
Mm-hmm. But the question is, what guard that could play some defense? It's hard to find guards that could play defense now these years.
You might have him on your roster already. There's a guy named Deuce McBride that he was chasing dudes 94 feet, but then he wasn't getting the consistent time. Deuce McBride had the best plus minus out of any rotational player on the team in the playoffs. Why wasn't he getting more light?
So would you start? So here's the thing: would you start Deuce McBride at the two and bench Mikal Bridges?
I've been asking for Mikal to come off the bench. It's not going to happen.
Good idea.
It's not going to happen. It's a dream, but I think that's the move. And then OG at the three, and then get a real power forward. If they had a real power forward like an Aaron Gordon, OG at the three, with a Deuce or another two guard that could defend ones, and can play. See, here's the thing too. Like, people don't like Mikal is I'm not saying he's a bad defender. He's not great player, but he's a really good player, right? He's out of position. He and OG play the same position. So I would try to get, if I was the GM, one of them goes, because I need a two guard, and I can get that for Mikal in the deal because he doesn't make that much money. So it's not hard to move off of his salary. In fact, Mikal will be more desirable because he's on the expiring contract.
So you would trade him or you would keep him off the bench?
I would, me personally, I would consider trading him because I might can get somebody in return that can really balance out my team. Like if I can trade Mikal and get, I can't even think of a name, but if I could get like an Aaron Gordon, not that I'm getting Aaron Gordon, but if I could have done that, Mikal, Aaron Gordon, like I wouldn't say John Collins, right? I think Mikel's more valuable than Collins, but they make around the same amount of money. But that to me would be, get somebody that can buy, not John Collins though. Relax, John Collins for Mikal. Mikel's a better player, but I'm just saying, I would be looking to do deals like that. Ooh, you know who I would like? It's not gonna happen. And I'm not trying to throw Mikal under the bus because I think Mikel's more valuable. But Jeremy Grant from Portland, man, I like that dude, yo. He would be the perfect power forward. I'm not sure. The only thing with Jeremy Grant, I don't know if he rebounds like that. Hold on.
If Precious does come back, he should start power forward.
I agree. Man, he was my starter last year before the season started when I was saying Towns. He's
But how much effective would that be if Precious was a power forward?
I think it would be hella effective.
But the thing is, with Mikal and OG work together on the court, I think.
No, because Mikal is not a 2 on offense.
Again, that's why I said I think I would make him come off the bench and start Deuce McBride.
I get what you're saying. You want to keep the integrity of the team. You're going to lose the integrity of the team because Mikal, he's going to become disgruntled, especially when he's trying to get another contract. So maybe if you told Mikal, we're going to make you the highest paid bench player in NBA history. I don't know if that is the highest paid, but we're going to give you the 4-year 156 for you to come off the bench. I don't even know if he'll accept that.
Oh, if he doesn't want to come off the bench and accept that, then he got to go. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, you're trying to keep the chemistry here. You're trying to get a good chemistry.
So guys, real quickly, I owe you guys an apology. Jeremy Grant will not be the right guy. One, he's 6'7", and he's a worse rebounder than Mikal and thing. Yeah, I see why nobody traded for Jeremy Grant. I apologize. I'm moving off at that point. Yeah, I just thought he was better than that. Hold on.
What about Aaron Gordon?
Wow, Grant never got more than 5. Well, he did get 5 rebounds here. I thought Grant was like a 6'7" rebounder.
What do you think about
you 3?
What do you think about Aaron Gordon?
I don't think they're gonna move him because he's the perfect complement to Jokic. Mm-hmm. He's not going nowhere.
Or how about another guy, Adebayo from Miami?
He's not going nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't know who else we gonna get, man.
Yeah. Any other questions, brother?
Again, I think I'm any players they'll get, man. But I'm like, again, the coaching thing. I understand the coaching thing doesn't matter if you don't got the players anyway. So I feel like, to me, I would say Jason Kidd. I would definitely would love Kidd here. You understand? I think Kidd don't mind coming here. I think Kidd probably wants out of Dallas.
Right.
But if you can't get Kidd, then they was talking about possibly bringing back Mike Woodson. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't, like I said, I don't care. I just need somebody who's going to make Jalen Brunson into the superstar that he needs to be.
Do you think Mike Woodson got the skills to do that?
I don't think that there is a coach that can turn a superstar into a superstar. I think that if you are the superstar, the coach helps the superstar shine, right? So we're in uncharted territory, guys. I don't
The
know what you
coaches
guys want
can't
me
do
to
that.
tell you, man.
Listen,
It's
listen,
a mystery right now.
listen. The coaches
It's a
cannot.
mystery.
It's not the coach's job to make a player a superstar. The coach can't make a player a superstar. You understand?
No,
The players, it's
but he
only the
could
players.
help maximize their the use of their talents.
Right, but it, again, it's all on the players. You understand? Because the players got to put in the work to get to that level. The players is the
Right.
one who got to. I mean, look, it depends. Like they say, it depends on how far can you push yourself. You understand? How far can you get pushed? So it depends on the players, man. You know what I'm saying? So
I feel
that's
you,
what I
man.
would say, man. Unless I just wish. Again, that's why they was talking about it a lot. Like if only Dante DiVincenzo was here to Dante DiVincenzo was here, but then again, it's not gonna happen. How you gonna get him?
You could get him. You could trade Mikal Bridges or Josh Hart. You could get Dante.
But if that's again, that's if Mikal Bridges is like, listen, I want 156 mil. I'm not giving him 156 mil for an inconsistent player. You know what I'm saying? And then for him to come off the bench, if he doesn't want to do that, then hey, you gotta trade him. You know what I'm
But
saying?
Dante is not the guy either. I hate to burst your bubble, but Dante DiVincenzo is not the ball handling two guard. I mean, he does a decent job guarding point guards, but he's not the ball handling. Like that's why he was on the bench in Minnesota. He's not the guy to
He's better in
no.
New
He's
York.
the no. Listen, what I'm saying is the guy who we need is a Nembhard. Dante is not a Nembhard. I hate to burst your bubble. He's not.
Or
I love Dante, but
or
he's not the guy for the only thing I give Dante is I think that he's better guarding point guards than Mikal.
I'll tell you this, unless DeJounte Murray was healthy.
Yeah, but we gotta wait for that. But man, listen, brother, I appreciate you calling back,
Yeah,
man. I got some more calls to get to, man.
Yeah.
Yo, anything I appreciate your call, Moses,
Like
for
I
real,
said,
man.
I just want Kid here as a coach because
I
think
know.
he can
I
get to
respect
the
it.
guards.
I wouldn't mind Kid either. I wouldn't mind him either.
Yeah, all right.
All right, salute. That was my man Moses calling back. Got my man Yuri in the building. What's going on, Yuri?
Yeah, I'm back in the building. I wanted to talk about the coach thing. Listen,
Okay.
no matter what happens with this coach, right? I just want the team to have a better, successful season like we did last year, like we did this season. I just want
Okay.
this team to be successful. I don't think we're going to be a 6th seed. I think, personally, right, if everything goes right for free agency, if everything goes right after the draft, we make the right moves, like you said, we're going to get a lot of space left, right? Next season for the first apron.
No. Next season we're going to be a second apron team, guaranteed.
Second guarantee.
Guaranteed we're going to be so that's why it's like this is why I was asking the question earlier. Should we be a second apron team this year? If this is the singular pursuit.
Now hearing your conversation with Ron, I would rather avoid a second apron as much as freaking possible. So
it's gonna be tough, Yuri. I'm gonna keep it real because if you want to see, this is the thing, right? You want to improve your bench. How are you going to improve your bench? How are you going to do it?
you gotta develop the works. You gotta develop the young talent that we got. We gotta start going younger.
And that's going to get us to the championship, right?
Listen, Indiana's doing it. OKC's doing it. Why can't we?
You said Indiana's going to do what?
Indiana got a young bench. OKC's got a young bench. They got depth.
No, they got TJ McConnell. They got Benedict Mathurin, right? They got Obi Toppin who could get dunks and shoot threes. They got some veterans on their bench, not rookies, that is carrying that bench. Like the best players on their bench are guys that's been around for a little while. Even though they're young, they're not rookies. They're not in their second year.
This is going to be challenging.
Coming into your second year and you didn't get no time as a rookie.
Right.
Think about that. You coming into your second year, but as a rookie, you didn't get no time. And now you want me to be your catalyst to win a championship. Does that even sound?
I personally think
Okay.
I personally think the Knicks are going to be in a good position next year, period, regardless of how this goes. I got faith.
I hope so.
I got faith.
I got hope. You got faith. I got hope.
They're two same things. Come on.
No. Hope is I hope this happens. Faith is no, you believe it's going to happen. No matter what the evidence is telling you, you believe that we're going to win the championship. Me, I'm hoping because I know it's not in my control.
Yeah, AP.
Right?
I want to respond. AP. I never thought we would turn down Kevin Durant. That was wild.
Well, that's either a good thing or a bad thing. It could be a good thing that you're a championship team and, you know, you don't need Kevin Durant. You already got the ingredients to win a championship. Or it could be a bad thing. You actually stink up the joint and now everybody's like, damn, maybe we should have traded for KD. It could go either way. I don't know.
Yo, J-Tab, bro, you gotta call up, man.
Call up, guys.
Listen, I have faith in Leon. I believe in Leon. You know, I trust the front office. They haven't given me a reason to doubt him. End of story. I believe this team's in the right place right now.
I'm getting ready to do a poll in the chat because there's a lot of people in the chat. I got a question for y'all.
Me
and
too.
I'm curious to see how I'm curious. Yeah, you can vote in the chat. It's going to be in the chat. I'm going to do a chat poll. That's what I'm typing right now.
I will say one thing about Dante, though. As much as he was my favorite player on the Knicks, his trade value was at an all-time high. And if we were without Dante, we don't get Cat. Straight up.
Right.
And
but you could get him back, though. You going to have to give up Hart or Mikal. Are you willing to do that?
Mikal, yes. Hart, I'll be that guy and say yes. I'm willing to give up Hart and Mikal to get Dante.
No,
back.
or not both. Yeah, or.
I'm willing to give up to get Dante back. But here's the thing, though.
So
Dante,
you know Dante doesn't help you though, right? In terms of your second playmaking ball handler. He helps a little bit with the point guard defense.
Wait, let me finish. I would say yes and no. No, we can get better value with Mikal. We can get better value with Mikal.
I think Mikal Bridges is a better player than Dante DiVincenzo. I think Mikal Bridges is out of position. He's out of position. He needs to be a small forward, period.
I'm going to say this. If the Knicks are moving off a Wingstop, Mikal's going to be the one to get out of here. Not OG.
I'm just curious to see what you guys think, man. Vote for the poll in the chat. Should the Knicks move on? I'm probably going to make this an actual poll, too, for the channel. But I'm curious to see what you guys think, man. I'm saying yes. And honestly, I want to keep OG, but if I could get Aaron Gordon by OG, I'm just saying.
That's an upgrade.
Bro, I'm just, hey.
You move off that contract, too. You move
as
off
y'all
that
watch the channel, y'all know, y'all gonna learn this about me. I am the objective Knicks fan.
Knicks fan, not.
I am not
Knicks.
The objective Brunson fan. I'm not the objective Coach Tibbs fan. I'm not the objective Towns fan. I've been watching this team for damn near over 30 years. I need a championship. Longer before Yuri was even born. I've been watching the Knicks. I need a championship. Okay? I need to win. Not to, we got a 50-win season. Not we going to the ECF. No. Them days is over for me. Our great Leon Rose, he promised and he said, our singular pursuit is a championship. I don't want to hear nothing else.
I keep misunderstanding you every time. I keep misunderstanding you every time you say that. I'm thinking.
Why are you misunderstanding me? This is what Leon Rose said. I didn't say it.
No, because he says when you say he's on your hot seat, I keep thinking he's on Dolan's hot seat.
No, he's not on Dolan's hot seat. He's on my hot seat. He's not on Dolan's hot seat. No, Leon Rose isn't going nowhere. Guys, if you love Leon Rose, I promise he's not going anywhere.
He's not. I can't see it.
Let me see. I do got another call. Let me see who this caller is, Yuri. I'm gonna get right back to you.
Yeah, so it's probably
Let me see
it's an anonymous number this time.
Nah, this is somebody I've never seen before. I'm gonna see who it is. I'm gonna get right back to you.
All right.
All right. Let me see who this caller is. Keep the calls coming. 646-995-8389.
My
Hello,
dog.
caller. How's it going, caller? State your name. Where you calling from?
I'm Lauren from Cali.
Salute,
We
Lauren.
spoke.
How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. We spoke about a couple days ago. First
We
time calling
did?
in. We did.
Oh,
We
your
did.
first
We
time
talked.
calling in, though. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, last time. But shouts out to the gentleman who was just speaking. And shouts out to Knicks fans who love Dante DiVincenzo. Dante's an amazing player. Can we calm down with all the Dante got to come back to New York? Like, relax, bruh.
I'm riding with you.
Come
But hold on,
on,
Lauren.
man. Folks
Do
really
you
talking
see
like
how
this
I?
dude is Jordan.
But do
Like,
we see how I give them the tough question though in return? I say, okay, yeah, no, we could get him back. Are you willing to
bro,
give up Bridges a heart?
what
You
are
like how I
folks
throw that
talking
in there,
about?
right?
Like, buddy, thank you. What are we talking about? Like, first things first. First things first. First things that I think have got to be standardized.
Go
Whenever
ahead.
we're talking about any player who played on this roster this season that is
Yes.
not named Jalen Brunson, we have to account for the fact that they were playing in Tibbs' system that does not allow a lot of wings to shine when he has a ball dominant point guard like Jalen Brunson. If you
Yes.
watched what Tyler Kolek was doing with Bridges, just go watch the highlights. Tyler Kolek in 3 games had about 30 assists in 70 minutes. And I think about 20 of them went to Mikal Bridges in motion. Like,
Right.
I love Dante DiVincenzo, but we got to, bro, relax. We're
Mikal
talking about
is
Mikal Bridges.
he's better than Dante.
It's not even a
For sure.
conversation.
That's
What
not
are we
even a
talking
debate.
about? And
That's not even a debate.
here's what I can respect, though, because again, it's a salary cap league, so I understand Dante's
Right.
at 10 million, and
Right.
Bridges is about to be probably about 40. I get all that, but can
Mhm.
we at least wait to see a coach that actually understands ball movement before we start? Same thing with Cat. When we talk about OG, like all these players are playing, let's be honest, in a system that's pretty rigid that does not work in their favor. If y'all remember the January stretch, not this last year, but the year before, when when
Yeah.
OG just got traded here, when we were dominating, the ball was moving, and OG looked like Scottie Pippen. Like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Even this season when Jalen Brunson was out, OG had to step up. Like, yo, Knicks fans, I love us, but Dante is an amazing guy. He's not what folks are talking about. They're like, chill out.
Yeah, we gotta stop. Yeah, we gotta stop.
Calm down.
We gotta
He's
stop.
amazing, but relax.
Yeah,
And
relax.
we do this all the time. When we signed him, right? Same thing with Brunson. And folks have amnesia with this. Before we signed Brunson, everybody wanted Donovan Mitchell. When we signed Brunson, it was he overpaid. Okay, cool. Then he shows out, and then all of a sudden, you can never see anything that has anything to do with criticism of Jalen Brunson ever again. When Dante was signed, remember, OG was traded. But he was, they moved on from OG and they brought in, what's his name, Dante as a free agent, talking about $10 million a year. A lot of people were like, what's going on? He shows up, he breaks the record the first year, cool. Let's not forget, the year before that, Evan Fournier also broke that same record. Right? So, Dante is amazing, and he plays defense, he's good, but, relax, man.
Yeah, we gotta relax.
we
gotta relax.
Chill. We gotta chill. Leon knows what he's doing. I do like your comment about Aaron Gordon. Here's the thing about Aaron Gordon. If OG plays with a player like Nikola, he will look similar to what Aaron Gordon looks like. Because Aaron Gordon, OG are all kind of the Sean Marion type players, the Tayshaun Prince type players, where they don't need the ball to be productive. Their job is to slash, cut, pick and roll, just keep moving around. They don't really draw plays for you. You just literally just get in motion and do what you got to do. Because if we're going to be honest, I thought RJ Barrett had terrible handles until I saw OG. I'm like, my God. But he doesn't need that's why we traded RJ. You know what I'm saying? Because we didn't want anybody doing that. But Knicks fans, I love us, but we're getting spoiled because we're seeing success so much and we're just getting picky. It's like, yo, relax. We're
Right.
good. Leon got this. I promise.
Well, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm concerned because you see, I'm looking at things from the biggest, broadest picture that's out there, right? And in the history of the NBA, no team is doing what we're trying to do to win a championship, right? This league
you mentioned this last time, yeah.
This league is a superstar-driven league.
Right.
We can't get the superstar. So the goal for me with the coach, I don't give a damn who the coach is. He needs to unlock and help Brunson and Towns shine like the stars
100%.
we need them to be
100%.
because that's what's going to get us to our goal.
100%.
I'm concerned because in history, unless, like I said, maybe Mikal and OG become all NBA defensive teamers, one of the two become an all-star, like maybe they all raise their level of play. I mean, it's possible, but in history, you don't have the example of what we're trying to do. So that has me concerned, and Leon Rose's promise. So maybe because I got the poll in the chat about Wingstop. So maybe I should chill out and give Wingstop another year.
Yes and no. Here's where you're right.
Okay.
Because again, Bridges is about to cost possibly $40 million. So
Yes.
if that is a reason for skepticism, like, yo, that's a lot of money because himself, OG, and Brunson are going to be making the same amount of money, which is crazy. Mikal, like that's crazy, right?
Yeah, and look, I had it in the research mode just now. What I got on the screen is the 2027 salary cap, right? It's only 7 players under contract, and if you give Mikal the $40 million, right? Let's say it's not $40 million for the first year. Let's say it's $35 million.
Right.
So with those 8 players alone, you'll have $12 million in space in the first apron with just 8 players, and you got to still build a roster out. And this number is not complete because you might sign somebody. Maybe you sign Mitch, so that number just continues to go up and go up. And now you have to build a team and trying to stay under the apron. So that's why this Mikal Bridges conversation is very important.
It is a big deal. It's a very, very, very
and
big
what
deal.
they do with Mitch. So yeah, so it next season it's going to be tough to stay in the first apron next year, but we'll see. I mean, Brunson helped with his extension, but go ahead.
Right.
I'll let you get cooked. Go ahead.
The reality is Leon is going to have to make a decision about Wingstop. I guess the first thing that I wanted to say is Dante is Dante, right? Dante conversation and the Mikal Bridges conversation should be separated because
no, that's a fact.
Right,
Big
like
fact.
let's keep that in its own. If Dante ends up back here, that's cool. But I don't. The conversation I'm trying to like kind of suppress is let's not say let's replace Mikal with Dante because Dante's better. That's not the case.
That's crazy.
Crazy talk.
That's
but then in respect to Mikal, yes, Leon is going to have to make a decision because, and it kind of ties back to why Tom Thibodeau had to go because if we judged these players off playing under Tom Thibodeau and looked at what their potential is, again, if it's not Jalen Brunson, it's a very, very risky thing because these players, as you said, by default he was just playing out of position already. that's one.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So there's so many different things that were stacked against these players kind of looking like their best selves. So the hope is if it's going to take next year for us to see what Mikal really, really looks like in a Knicks jersey, maybe that's the case. But if he's going to have to be moved, Leon will have to make that decision and he will have to be moved because that contract is going to be expensive as shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like
you know what I mean?
You're getting into a territory where you're just going to have those 5 guys.
Yeah, that's risky.
With salary, and then the rest of your team, you're going to be cutting it with, guys making less. So
right.
And I don't know if that's the recipe for a championship.
That's where you're right. And this is another layer to it, right? When we get past the finances, because again, you mentioned once you pay these people, this is it. Like Orlando has basically said this is the core that we're moving with for the next 5 years after this trade that they made. And the new CBA is unforgiving. Like it's unforgiving, right? It doesn't care who you are. It doesn't care if you're Boston Lakers. You got to fit into that under that second apron. Or you're going to be paying crazy tax. But the thing is, though,
Right.
when we talk after we talked about the salary cap, then we have to consider the play style. One thing that we cannot ignore is Jalen Brunson's play style under this salary cap with this roster or whatever roster is going to come. Brunson is
Okay.
going to have to move the rock. You have to use the entire roster. Look at the finals. The reason why the Pacers won yesterday is because Shea went into superhero mode and the Pacers just kept moving the ball. Like, if you look at Jokic, right? The reason why Jokic was able to win with that roster and get as far as he was with this slim roster this season is simply because he passes first. Like, you have to use the entire roster because the entire roster is expensive. You know what I mean? It's not like just 3 years ago, it's not like that. Like, Dave Lillard could get to the finals or get to the Western Conference Finals, dribbling 1,000 times and taking all the shots. That doesn't work anymore. You know what I mean? And that's something that we got to consider.
So
That's-
why? My first question would be, why don't you think Brunson moves the rock? What about Brunson's game right now makes you feel like he doesn't
So
move the rock?
in the last 3 years, here are a couple of stats. And since
Okay.
Tom Thibodeau has been here, the Knicks have ranked dead last in team assists in those 5 years, dead last in pick and roll for the roll man. And in the last 3 seasons, no player in the entire NBA has a higher dribble per touch and seconds per touch than Jalen Brunson. And when Jalen Brunson and Randall were playing together, Jalen Brunson ranked number 1 in dribbles per touch and seconds per dribble, and Julius Randle ranked number 1 in those same categories amongst all bigs. So
Okay.
like the ball is not moving enough. And if you look at through history, no player Jalen Brunson's height has played his style of basketball and ever led his team to a championship. The closest was Isaiah Thomas. One season, Isaiah Thomas averaged 14 assists, and he averages 9 assists for his career. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
But
if you're-
don't forget Steph. Don't forget Tony
Steph is off
Parker.
ball. Steph is off ball.
No, but he's a point guard. But what you just said, you hit it on the nail. And this is what I was saying early in the show. We need a ball handling 2 guard like a Nembhard that can move Brunson off the ball.
Facts.
That's what we need. But I wouldn't put our struggles on assists on Brunson because Brunson was top 10 in scoring and top 10 in assists last year.
It's still not
And
enough.
And the Knicks
Mhm. Go ahead.
and the Knicks was 11th in assists with 27.5 assists a game
Yeah, last
last
season.
season.
Yeah, because and that has a lot to do with Cat now joining the team. But here's the core thing, right? And I hate to bring this name up. I really hate to bring these 2 names up. I really, really hate to do it. But watch Trae Young and Tyrese Halliburton play basketball, right? The reason why it's a lot harder to defend them, and the reason why it's a little bit easier for them to get a shot, is because the defender doesn't know what they're going to do next. The defender doesn't. When they're playing the Knicks, they know Jalen Brunson is going to dribble to the 7 seconds on the clock. They just they don't even have to really try. It's statistically proven. So whatever we're
Right.
doing again,
But
this
wouldn't
goes
that
back-
be a
Mhm.
wouldn't that be a coaching issue? Not
That's-
a Brunson.
That's my
The
point. right?
the coach needs to institute an offense where Brunson doesn't have to dribble as much.
100%. And Brunson has to be willing. Now I'm gonna bring up something. I don't know if you watched the FIBA, not the Olympics, but the FIBA World Cup, when Brunson and Halliburton and Austin Reeves were on
Yeah.
the same team, and
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards.
Right.
If you
I saw
watch that series, Brunson struggled a lot more than Halliburton and Austin Reeves because the team, Steve Kerr doesn't care about the individual. He wants the ball to move, and he already had Anthony Edwards playing 1A ball handler. So when Brunson had to play off ball, he couldn't really play off ball that well because he's 6 feet. So he couldn't play off the ball. And when he was playing on ball, he was doing his thing, but Steve Kerr didn't really need that from him. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at the CP3s, the Trae Youngs, the smaller guards, you have to figure out a way. I don't even think you have to pass first, but the defender has to fear your pass as much as he fears your dribble. Like you have to keep the defense on your feet, especially as that little of a player.
No,
You know what I mean?
everything you're saying is 100%. But I'm saying the notion that Brunson dribbles a lot, and I think that I blame the coach on that because one, we have a slow pace offense. So
100%.
when you have a slow pace offense, that means that you're doing a lot more dribbling and stalling and holding instead of getting into your actions right away. They wait with 7 seconds left on the clock to initiate an action. And then
Right.
Brunson's just dribble, and then he'd probably wait for a screen. Then when the screen gets there, now you in scramble mode trying to get off a shot.
Right.
Right? So
And
I
that's my
get what
point
you're
about
saying.
going forward. Going forward, if our
Yeah.
goal is championships, going forward, right? Because again, as I said at the start, Tom Thibodeau has a lot to do with what these players look like, for good and for bad.
Right.
The one
That's-
positive I'll
exactly.
give Tom Thibodeau, the players played their heart out under that coach. I will
Right.
give him that. I always said this: if Coach Thibodeau is coaching against another a high IQ coach, I highly doubt. I won't put it that Tom Thibodeau will outsmart the other coach. But what I do know is his team will always outwork every other team. So that's one thing that he did positively. On the flip
Right.
side, though, a lot of these players didn't get. Look at Quentin Grimes. Look at what Quentin Grimes looked like in Tom Thibodeau's system, and then what he looked like in Dallas and in Philly. I'm not saying he's Michael Jordan now, but look at Obi Toppin. Look at RJ Barrett. These players look a little bit better and freer outside of Tom Thibodeau's system. Again, it's not saying Tom Thibodeau was trash. It's just the flaws in the system that could get him to win the championship, especially as this roster is constructed. Even looking at Karl Anthony Towns, I remember telling folks, I'm like, when we were playing Boston, the first game, I think the first game, it was either the first game or the last game in the regular season that we played against Boston, where
Right.
Porzingis had like 800 threes or something ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at Karl Anthony Towns play basketball, Karl Anthony Towns, with the amount of talent that we have on the team, he shouldn't have to put the ball on the floor. The system should literally create space that just drives into the basket. But and we all know when we watch Karl Anthony Towns play, we see how awkward he looks. He gets busy, but if the system can make it easier for him to, score baskets, and then when we need him to, he can put the ball on the floor, that's a lot more efficient. That was not the case in Tom Thibodeau's system. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Right.
I think Leon can give us a championship team. You're absolutely right about the star power thing, right? But now here's a question I have for you. Let's say Indiana wins this championship, right? Do you think Indiana has a superstar?
No, and that's why I don't think they're gonna win. But even if they were to win the championship, they would only be the second team since 1958, and it goes back before that. But I just stopped when I got to 1958.
Right.
They would be the second team since then to do it. So that's the anomaly, the outlier. That's not the standard, right? So, I still think that you're going to need to either get the most out of your stars now, or you're going to have to make the inevitable move to get somebody that can get you over the hump, because that leadership is necessary. Now, I also really quickly, like Jalen Brunson, he's 47th in the NBA in turnovers. I didn't realize I still was in research mode, but Jalen Brunson has one of the best assist to turnover ratios for guys above 10 that are in the top 10 in assists, right? So he protects the ball. So even though he's dribbling a lot, he's very efficient with his dribbles. Now, now, yes, I do think that he needs to, of course, we need to move the ball. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the team benefits when we move the ball.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't think that I wouldn't blame Brunson for that. I would blame the coach, because the coach is the coach. He should know better than you and me.
I agree.
And he's not changing it. But go ahead.
I agree that the core of the issue was Tom Thibodeau, especially on the offense.
It was Tom Thibodeau.
Because it's the same thing with Derrick Rose. Like, he just, everybody kind of knows he's going to have his ball-dominant point guard, dribble. And now look at what happened in the last game against the Pacers this season. All Nembhard had to do was literally frustrate Brunson, because he knew
94 feet.
Literally. And because he knew, and here's something we got to make sure that we do. In the regular season, defenses are on and off. They're like, okay, you play the Hornets one night, you play the Grizzlies the next night, you play the Wizards. So that's on and off. And this is not to take anything away from Jalen Brunson, because he's amazing. But the regular season defenses and those statistics will look a lot better than really playing against the Detroit Pistons, who have 7 games to game plan for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gets really tricky if you're going to carry that same thing that worked in the regular season. And I will say that to say this. It's the reason why I never blamed Julius Randle in the playoffs. I never really saw Julius Randle as a problem in the playoffs because in the regular season, Julius Randle led the entire NBA in crunch time turnovers. So the same thing that made him an all-star and him being the most ball-dominant big in the league, there were red flags there that an Eric Spoelstra would look at and say, this is cute in the regular season, but in the playoffs, we know exactly what to do. And that's exactly what kept happening. When we get to the playoffs and Randle is turning the ball over, it's like, well, this is not new. It's just the playoffs. You know what I'm saying?
For the record, I just want to let you know that Jalen Brunson played better in the playoffs. His turnovers went up slightly, but he still was averaging 7 assists and 30 points.
He didn't play that well when Nembhard was on him. Like when it was critical. And again, this is no slight against Jalen Brunson. The core is Tom Thibodeau's system. That was the main problem for all the players.
Yeah.
But when you go through history, if you literally go through history, there has never, ever been a 1A on-ball score first point guard of Jalen Brunson's size that has led his team to a championship. It's never happened in the history of the game.
Well, Steph Curry is the
Steph
same
Curry's
height
not
as
on ball.
Brunson.
He's not on ball though. He's off ball 95% of the time. And if you look at Steve Kerr, go ahead.
The last championship he was on ball though. He ain't had nobody in the.
Not as much as Jalen Brunson.
He had Wiggins and Clay. You know, Draymond does handling, but you know, I hear what you're saying.
Steph Curry's on ball though, because
he's a point guard.
In the history of the NBA, is he really a point guard though? He's a point guard by position, just like what's his name, Deuce McBride is a point guard by height. But if we're being honest,
Klay Thompson. I mean, Draymond Green is the only. So, like, if you want to say Draymond Green is like a point forward, then maybe. But Klay Thompson ain't dribbling the ball at all, and Wiggins ain't dribbling the ball.
Is Steph dribbling the ball that much? Like, if we look at the Golden State Warriors, like play style, Kobe Bryant called it the Golden Democracy because it's constantly moving. In the history of the NBA, the player who's run the most off-ball miles is Steph Curry. Literally,
right?
He's run the most off-ball miles in the history of the game because he's constantly moving off-ball. So, in the history of this game, no one who's been as on-ball as Jalen Brunson at that height and is a score-first point guard as the 1A has ever won. You mentioned Tony Parker. Tony Parker was not score first. He could score, but he played more like a what's the name of this dude who plays for the Minnesota Timberwolves right now? Not Kyle Lowry.
Conley.
Conley. They kind of play the same style. It's not like they're looking to score. They can score with the best of them, but they're more like and they're not pass first either. They're kind of a perfect balance. You know what I mean? But again, all in all, the next coach, if we're going to win a championship with this same roster, the first thing I know he's going to tell Jalen Brunson, I don't need you doing all this. The reason why we brought all this talent in is so you don't have to do all this. Literally.
So are you going to make Brunson a 2 guard? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, he can be on ball, but move the rock. You can't. There's no way you have a player like Mitchell Robinson on a roster, and for the last 5 years we've ranked dead last in pick and roll for the roll man.
I agree with that too. I feel like
crazy.
They should run way more. They should run way more pick and roll like that. I agree with a lot of you saying. I definitely agree with, except for like Brunson moving the ball. But I also like how you're going in the history of you're trying to look at the history as to what point guards were doing or what guards were doing. Most of the MVPs and best players were big men anyway.
Right.
So like when people try to use the size.
You know who won two as an on-ball point guard? Steve Nash. You know what he did first? Pass to the open man. Ran one of the fastest offenses we've ever seen again. Because again, I'm not saying.
Wait, but Steve Nash didn't win a championship though.
He won 2 MVPs though.
Oh, you're talking about the MVP guy. I got
it. And that's another thing. That's another thing about a 1A. That's another thing about a 1A point guard. And my friends clown me about this all the time because my favorite players My favorite play style is point guard. Like my favorite position in the league is point guard. My favorite play style is pass or point guard. And they clown me all the time that you rarely even see a point guard, an on-ball point guard, whether it's pass first or score first, ever lead a team to a championship. The ones who've done it are Magic Johnson, who's like 6'9".
But you had Dennis Johnson back in the day. How big was Dennis Johnson? My man from 1979.
Was he scoring first? Was he moving the
Yeah,
rock?
he was the first teamer. He was the Finals MVP. He did everything on that team. Hold on, I pull him up, man. We looked it up because when I went back in history, I was looking
How
for
tall was he?
Dennis Johnson. Oh, he's 6'4". So yeah, I'm gonna back out of there. Yeah, just back right out of there. Get up out of there. Nah, go
I'm
ahead.
not trying to
Nah,
take
you got
shots.
that.
I'm not taking shots at all. I'm not taking shots.
No,
at all.
but you're honestly proving my point.
Right,
Why I'm
right.
like, hey, we need to do the trade. See, now you're
Right.
making me feel even worse. I'm
Nah,
trying to be optimistic, brother,
Nah,
but it's
nah.
very hard.
I think a good coach. I can't emphasize it enough. That Mikal contract is scary. I'm not even gonna front. That Mikal contract is scary, not because he's not a
man.
good player, but 40 million for OG was already a little much. But
I'm showing you guys on the screen, right? That $40 million, like it's real. This is real talk.
right,
For next season, right? This is when it will go into effect. You see this first apron space. Okay, cool. So Mikal Bridges, you give him $40 million, right? That you only have $8 million left in first apron space, and that's only counting 8 players. That's not counting Mitchell Robinson. That's not counting your rookies that you got to re-sign, right?
Yeah.
That's not counting that. It's not a complete roster. So now
Right.
you're going to have to add 6 players with like $20 million or $18 million,
Right.
however that that wacky math wax. So like, it's this is real talk tonight, man. Like, I love what you're saying.
There's no lie.
Yeah, I love the Jalen Brunson points. Because it really proves my point. I'm trying to
Right.
go
Right.
against it to be to be like not
Right.
unrealistic, but just like, no, Brunson can do it. But when you go back to history, we don't see it. Like,
Right.
I don't want to lie to you guys. The brother is telling the truth.
But you see, but this is the thing, though. This is what I'll say in their
man.
defense. In their defense, right? In their defense, a coach that I believed could have done better with the offense, whether it was his doing or it was the team or whatever the case may be, we did make the Eastern Conference Finals with this roster, which is amazing. We did beat Boston, which is amazing. So
Salute to us.
if we got this far, and from what I believe, all it took was somebody who at least understood offense a little bit better to have easier series and make the finals. I mean, the roster is not too bad. But then again, to your point, Mikal has not been paid yet. You know what I'm saying? So
Bingo.
the roster is going to change.
And Mitchell Robinson hasn't been paid yet.
Facts.
You add those 2 players alone, you're damn near the second apron.
Right.
You're like within $10 million of that second apron space just on them 2 salaries.
So how
So,
realistic
like,
is the Giannis thing? Since you're talking about the star player, how realistic do you think Giannis as a Knick is possibly going to happen?
I'm gonna say it doesn't happen because we're not the Lakers, and I say that because the Lakers they discovered in 1979 or something like that. Whenever they traded for Kareem, whatever year that was, they realized that our formula was Wilt Chamberlain and Jerry West, right? Even though Jerry West lost a lot of finals. That's beside the point. He did win championships.
He got there.
They figured out the formula for them was we got to get the All NBA MVPs. They've been doing it since 1975 with Bus Family, the Bus, whatever. They had the formula, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s.
Right.
Like they just consistently win. And us in New York, back in '96, we had the ability to trade for Shaq. Don Nelson, when he was the coach, he was pushing for it. Front office goes back and tell Ewing. Next thing you know, midseason, he's out of here. That's when Jeff Van Gundy got the job. The rest is history. You know what they said? They said that they didn't want to trade Ewing because they wanted to continue to build what they got. And when I hear these fans now say, "Oh, I don't want to trade for Giannis because I want to continue to build," I'm like, "What are you building?
So
you want to go to the Eastern Conference Finals, or you want to win? You're
not even trying to hear anything that doesn't sound like at least a megastar first, and let's figure out everything."
Yes, that's bingo.
I feel that.
That's what the Lakers like. People, the Lakers ain't doing nothing. I'm like, look, man, they got Luka Doncic, 26 years old, 25, 26 years old. They got another 6 years. You think he's the only star player they're gonna get? Do you guys believe that?
Like, I don't want to say the NBA is rigged because we all know it's possibly rigged, whatever. But I'm based in Los Angeles. Seeing Luka get to the Lakers in the same year that the Mavericks randomly win the first lottery pick.
Oh man, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's
right.
That's
and then
crazy.
All of a sudden, the Lakers have a new majority owner. He already owned a little bit of percentage, but now it's like, okay, NBA. So you mean to tell me that this wasn't a backdoor deal that was like, yo, look, I'm about to take over this franchise, but I need a star before I get there. Get a star there. Go to the Mavericks.
God.
I'm like, buddy, this is too obvious at this point.
This is too crazy, right? Like I always joke about NBA cheat codes too. We're my man Sam at. We the only ones that's allowed to do the conspiracy. But man, I mean, when you really look at it, right?
Like,
the Knicks were terrible in the Knicks were terrible in the 2000s, bro. We were terrible. How many first picks? Yo, Cleveland got 3 first-round picks, 3 first overall picks.
2 back-to-back. 2 back-to-back.
2 back-to-back.
Crazy work.
Kyrie Irving, LeBron James. Dude, that's championship. Like,
that's crazy.
It took me 30 years to realize why we are where we are.
Right. And I mean, it doesn't sound like they really like Dolan much. You know what I'm saying? So there's that.
I hope that we are both wrong. I hope, Brunson can be that small guard or, whatever, the narratives they want to put on Brunson. But, it's just, it's a dream right now,
It's a dream, but I don't think I think it can be better with at least getting the right coach to let us see the entire garden the brightest it possibly can be. You know what I'm saying?
Because that's what you need. Yeah.
Like let's see a coach who understands how to make everything flourish. I can't emphasize it enough. I said it the last time I called. The way the series ended with Obi Toppin on defense and offense, literally putting the dagger.
That's crazy.
Proved why we had to move off our coach. And it's kind of proving the point that we at least need to see first. Like, let's see these players, because you're right. It's not that Jalen Brunson may choose to be the one who dribbles all the time. Tom Thibodeau's coach, way before Brunson even existed, that's what it was. And it's always been that. You know what I'm saying? It's always been that. So it's not a Jalen Brunson. It's not a Jalen Brunson core problem. It's obviously Tom Thibodeau.
It was the system.
Terrible.
And it's like, don't blame, the messenger, blame the company, right?
Exactly.
So it's, this is why I said Aaron Gordon too earlier. I want somebody who can play the 4, who's a 4. To me, Aaron Gordon's more of a 4 than OG is. OG is more of a 3.
Right.
And I would love to have somebody that can guard centers and not struggle like in the paint, even though we don't really got back down guys. But this league, you need size, bro. Like, that's why OKC's losing. OKC is losing because it's like they want to get on their knees and bow down to Indiana's level and be small.
which is
You
crazy.
can't beat Indiana like that. First, Pascal Siakam is a problem, bro.
I didn't know he was this busy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I did
Bro,
not know.
you cannot put anybody under 6'7", 6'8". Do not put them on Pascal. He's going to go to work. The only problem with Indiana is they don't really have a system where they feature guys too often. Like usually guys get it in the flow. Like they don't, oh man, Pascal's cooking, let's keep feeding them. They don't got, that's the only thing I don't like about Indiana. But the fact that they have a Siakam there who can take advantage of the mismatches, then you ain't got no rebounding on the floor. Right. And now the Pacers is getting the Pacers is looking like the Cleveland Cavaliers on the glass. They can never rebound.
I don't know how this series is going to 7 games. I don't.
It's crazy to me.
I don't understand how. I'm looking at OKC like, you don't want to win the way you know you can blow them out. Like, what are you doing?
Play your game, bro. Play your like, and then like the Knicks, right? This was our opportunity, man. This was the goddamn opportunity.
Bruh,
oh my God.
Man.
Bro, we right there against the Pacers, bro. We like, they ain't got no superstars, bro. They defense is all right. It's all right. It's cool.
I went back and watched the final game, and I was just looking at my TV like, you gotta be lying. Y'all got the Pacers out here looking like 100 Jordans, bruh. What is this?
Bro, they got like 6 different Isaiah Thomases out there, bro. These dudes is all creating, dribbling off the dribble, take you to the basket, switch, swinging it for elbow in corner threes, bro. I mean, it's crazy, man.
We'll be
man,
good. We'll be good. We'll be good. I've held you way too long. We'll be good. We'll definitely be good.
Nah, this was a great call, man. I appreciate it, man. You came out here with the stats and facts, man. I'm trying to fight you on it, but I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, damn, the brother he's hitting all the points, bro. But I'm glad that we did say it was a system more than just a Brunson thing.
100%.
That part, at least, come on. Y'all got to give me credit for that. Y'all got to give me credit for that.
No, that's, I mean, even before we speak, Jalen Brunson played with Luka. So obviously, Jalen Brunson.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Good point.
You know what I'm saying? So he's played in a system that had somebody else being the most ball dominant. But it was 100% Tom Thibodeau. Again, it's not to talk smack about the guy because he did amazing stuff, but it's just that flaw in that system that relates to everybody else on the roster as well. Mikal Bridges, OG, a lot of them looked not like shells in themselves, but a little less than they actually are under that offense. You know what I'm saying? But
lost on offense for sure, 100%.
You know what I'm saying?
The offense just looked like, as great as it was, this is why I was saying, like, yo, the Knicks next season could have the best offense in basketball.
I'm hoping, Brad, because we got the skill set, we got the players.
Right, because you got they're looking this good and not even having time to really work on it. You could tell, like, Brunson and Towns' 2-man game is like, it's like they're not comfortable, like they don't practice it. Like that's just the way it looked to me. The 2-man game don't look like as smooth, like the potential of the 2-man game. Come on, bro. It don't look like it looked like a shell of what it honestly could be.
So who's the coach? Who's it looking like the coach is about to be? Because that is one thing that I would say is, Leon, I was hoping we would have a coach by now. I will admit that part. Like, I did not expect us to take this long.
We're throwing away the draft. We're pretty much throwing away the draft. Like, we could move up in the second round. Like, realistically, you could have moved up and maybe you could have, I don't know what the scouting was like. I feel like there's some talent in this draft,
There's a lot.
I'm 100% willing to guarantee that 50th pick is traded. It's out of there. Like, we ain't going to have no draft pick. I'm pretty sure. And then now you can't make no trades because how comfortable are you making a trade before you get the coach? Like, you got to, like, come on. Like, the coach should be in on the deal. You had Tibbs in on the deals, allegedly. That's what my man from CI was saying, because he knows people who knows people. But I'm just saying, like, you gonna make moves without the coach?
Yeah, it's that's the one place I've rocked with Leon a lot. I've rocked with Leon heavy, but this offseason was the most important offseason of his administration so far. And
This is
this is the one. This is the
So-
one.
So Lawrence, so you trying to tell me we're gonna go into the moratorium period and we're not gonna have a coach?
But it's, I mean,
I'm
I
just saying
don't
we're gonna
know.
go into the moratorium and you
You
want to sign
know-
free agents. You want to get a mid-level dude that sacrificed to come to your team, and you ain't even got your coach selected.
which goes back
Like, what
to
are
your
we
point
doing?
the last time we spoke, where you were talking about the worry about regression for players who liked Tom Thibodeau, like Jalen Brunson, like Josh Hart. I mean, the coaches' names that I'm hearing are cool, but it's like
Yeah.
Leon. We need a home run. Like we need the same way you say we need superstars in a roster, player wise. We need. It may not be a megastar name yet, but we need
Right.
a megastar result of a coach. No question.
You hit it on the nail, and that's why I don't care about the coach, because anybody with the right mind state could
Right.
do something, but will it pan out? And we know
Right.
most hirings don't pan out. So it's the practicality of things, and I'm trying to maintain my optimism, brother. But if that news is true, they're not going to have a coach by the draft, bro. How long are you going to drag this out? Come on, man.
So who coaching the summer league? It's just gonna be
Exactly. What we doing in the summer league, bro?
Wow.
That the coach matters so much because, like I said, the moratorium period is right after the draft.
Yeah, Leon got to step
So-
up. Yeah.
So what are we going to do? Like, you want to get the Trent Juniors and all these guys that could probably get, if depending on if we're a second apron team or not, they could get more money from another good team or the same money. So let's say we stay first apron, right? Pacers is for first apron. Now, Pacers is like, all right, we also want Gary Trent Jr. And we coming off a championship, or we coming off the finals, and we got our coach and we got our star and we got all this stuff. Why don't you come to Indiana? New York don't even know who their coach is. You don't even know where
Sheesh.
you're going to be played at. So why would you go sign with New York? So something has to give soon. Something has to give soon.
Yeah, yeah. Leon, that one, I'm gonna be honest and just say, like, this is not the direction I thought we were going. Especially the speed at which we fired Coach Thibodeau. It looked like we had somebody in mind already. You know what I mean?
Right. That's why I don't think they wanted to fire him. I think when the players
Started speaking
said
out.
it was over. Once they told
Oh,
Dolan
man.
that, and it was rumored that Dolan wasn't feeling Tibbs anyway. So Dolan was like, hey, Leon, what we doing?
No, man. I hope this doesn't get bad because we've been doing so well. Like, I was not the biggest fan of Coach Thibodeau's offense. It's always kind of just made me frustrated. But again, the results are the results are the results. 4 playoffs in 5 years, you can't sneeze at that. Eastern Conference Final first in 25 years, you cannot sneeze at that. So I mean, whether I like the coach or not, I hope they didn't rush to fire him. And I get that the players didn't like him, but like, what's the next plan though?
But Lauren, you have to add that this too, to really make it crazy. He's the 5th best coach in Knicks history.
Jesus
The
Christ.
5th best. Yes.
Ah. Ah.
And now you're going to come with Johnny Bryant. Good luck.
And I don't want to eat crow, but I'm the Knicks fan who was always being told by other Knicks fans, yes, Coach Thibodeau has flaws, but be careful what you wish for. Leon,
Yes.
do not make me look stupid, please. Oh,
Please.
no.
Don't put that young boy in the fire, man. Don't put the young guy.
Man, not in New York. Not after the Eastern Conference Finals, bruh.
That's why when people ask me who I want as a coach, you should ask me who I don't want. Because I know
That's
clearly who I don't want. Not that Johnny won't be great. It's just not for New York. He'll be great in Indiana.
Yeah,
He'll be great in Chicago.
We need proven. We need proven, bro.
Once that brother said we trying to win a championship, don't put that on a young rookie.
Yeah.
Maybe a former player, yeah. Maybe if you got somebody that was a former player, maybe who has assistant coaching experience, maybe like Cassell, okay.
Yeah,
Don't put
if
that
we
on
didn't
the
make
young
Eastern
guy.
Conference Finals, if we didn't make Eastern Conference Finals, I would agree with you. But since we
Mhm.
made the Eastern Conference Finals, bruh, Leon, go out there and find a coach that moves Vegas betting odds for the positive.
I love
Like,
that. I would love that. I would love that.
please, that's what we need, bruh. Nothing short of that, because you're already hearing the whispers. You know, ESPN loves to talk about the Knicks being the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau, even though they don't watch the games. You know, it's just dirty.
Man, yo, first off, Stephen A. Smith was asking to fire Coach Tibbs last year.
Right.
Oh, I think that if Tyronn Lue is available, so you get to do a complaint and say, yo, if we could get Lue, who's already a coach of another team, right? But now they can't ask coaches. Now they're doing what you wanted them to do with Ty Lue. But now you criticize. You see, that's why I know, like, this is all about entertainment, right? They not.
Yeah, Stephen A.
they not-
Yeah,
they-
he ain't been a Knicks fan since Melo left the Knicks.
It's not really.
Yeah, no,
It's
no.
not really about takes that has substance. It's about
no.
takes that
Right.
matter in the moment,
Shock value.
and it's going to get the clicks
Right.
and the views.
Right.
So when I pull you up a year from now, your take is going to sound like trash. It's going to sound like hypocritical, right? Because you're just going for the click that's going to be the most
Right.
controversial, right? Or the most, not controversial, but the most like viral, right?
Right.
Because that's what everybody wants to do, go viral. And my thing is, when you watch my old content, man, even if I'm off on the prediction, the
Right.
reasoning behind it is
It's
just so
logical.
spot on. Yeah,
Right.
it's you know, these guys are saying things that then you literally like being a hypocrite. Like you literally
Right.
chastising these guys for doing what you said last year. He said
Right.
that he don't think Tibbs can take us to the championship. We need Ty
Right.
Lue. So now we're going after the guys we think that could
Right.
take us to the championship. And you're like, oh, what are they doing?
Oh,
It's
man,
crazy
if
to me.
we could get Ty Lue, I live in Los Angeles. That's where I'm based, and I mean, I sometimes watch Clipper games, even when they have their worst lineup, and you look at what Ty Lue coaches. You're just like, man, I would love to see this in the Knicks, bro, because they do it on both
Yeah.
ends of the floor. I'm like, yo, Leon, get to work, bro, please.
Get to work, brother, man. But I'm getting ready to shut it down. I appreciate
I'ma
you
holler
calling,
at
man.
you,
I think I do have your. Well, no, your number is not saved. I seen it on the caller
I'm
ID,
gonna
but
save it.
Lauren
Yes,
for
sir.
no, I got you. No, I got you from now on. It's just it's
Yeah.
showing your whole government, but I see Lauren. No doubt. Yeah, I ain't gonna read the whole government out, but I'm just
Gotcha.
saying. All
No
right,
doubt.
man. Salute, brother.
All right, fam. Stay up.
All right. That was my man Lauren out of Cali. Salute to him, man. That was actually a really good call, man. I like his take, man. I like his alternative perspective to try to counter what I was saying. I don't think he knew how I felt about Jalen Brunson, but I was trying to give him some pushback. I'm a final call for this poll, right? And also final call for calls. This was a really good call up show. 252. I'm trying to think if I'm doing an unfiltered thought after this. I might have to save that for tomorrow. Wow, the chat is kind of interesting too, man. Make sure y'all vote on the poll. I'm getting ready to shut the poll down. J-Taz says the fans aren't the ones making the trade. Don't put the fact that the front office couldn't pull off that Shaq trade off. That's crazy, man. Hey, no, I'm just saying, J-Tap, y'all saying that, yo, we need to build. Y'all said that. Y'all said, we want to build with what we got. We don't want Giannis. That's what y'all said. It just remind me of when the Knicks said they didn't want Shaq. In 96. In prime Shaq. Crazy. Not even the Shaq that said, "Oh yeah, I didn't want to go to the Knicks." That went to Miami. Not that Shaq. We talking about the Shaq that was like solid, running and dunking Shaq. Yo, we got to get this chip next year. Good luck, Drip Moore. Good luck. Final call for the poll. But rumor. We talking about, what do you mean this channel cap? First off, tech and things, we don't do no capping over here. That's one. So when you say rumor, which rumor are you talking about? I'm not capping about nothing I say. I pull up sources, man. Nigo say, relax, Mikel is a star. Yeah, but here's the problem. So here's my Wingstop problem. Mikel is a 3. OG Anunoby is a 3. You can't have 2 3s out there. It's not working, bro. Because here's the problem. You put them at the 3-4, you lose out on rebounding. You put them at the 2-3. Now Mikel has to guard point guards. That's not working, bro. Mikel is an outstanding defender of wings, not point guards. That's where Mikel will shine. The problem is either you going with the 2 guard or you going with the 4. That's just how I see it. You know, I love Mikel, but it is what it is. I want to see the brother that was talking about the capping though. Who is that? Yeah, hold on, you said the Japanese dude? Oh, he's coaching Summer League. Okay. Who's going to be coaching the team? Hey, Yuri.
Yeah.
That last call went on longer than I thought. I didn't even realize that call. Is this I liked his Jalen Brunson tape.
Yeah, no, that Jalen Brunson.
It
makes you wonder what really fell apart for Jalen towards the end. You know what I mean? It really.
You mean against Indiana with Nembhard?
Yeah.
I could tell you, man, is when you being guarded 94 feet and you don't got another guard that can take the pressure off of you. That's what happened. Because you want to play a double big lineup that clearly was a minus.
I'll never understand that.
You put your job on the line for a lineup that you never had time to work with.
That was Tibbs' fault right there.
And then you got fired. Hey, you live by the double big lineup. And you got cooked by the double big lineup. They put you on the grill with the double big lineup, man.
This offseason is going to be interesting. You know, I got my opinion on. You know, I'm going to stick by it. He hasn't done me wrong yet.
So, Yuri, you go into the draft without your coach, right? How far do you take this? Now you're going into the moratorium period. The moratorium period is where you talk to free agents. So you're going to go into the moratorium period, which is right after the draft, without a coach, and you want to convince these guys to sign to your team for less money.
I think we'll have a coach by free agency. Mm-hmm.
You know, free agency is like literally like days at, like when it opens up, the moratorium period is like January 30th.
And apparently, here's the thing: they got more interviews next week.
Okay, well, I'm just saying the free agency starts the 30th or something like that, July 1st. The draft is what, the 27th? So when are we? 25th. So within those 3 days, we gonna have like it just looks shaky. And then now, if I'm a guy, I can go to Indiana. I can go to Denver. They all got their coaches.
Yeah, this is a problem. It's a problem.
You want me to sign you? I don't even know who your coach is. I'm gonna go to these other teams.
I believe we're gonna have a coach before the draft night. I believe we will.
I mean, that would make the most sense to me because now you can start making trades.
Here's the thing. Even though I gave you that report that we're gonna have a coach after the draft, I don't even believe that report because these guys, they stay behind closed doors. They don't reveal nothing. You know what I mean? And I get it.
I mean, well, that was once upon a time true. Now they revealing everything. We We knew at the meeting that James Dolan was doing all the talking and Leon Rose was quiet. How did we know all of that?
Someone
Came from
speaking
somebody.
shit.
So I don't know, man. Listen, at the end of the day, man, I just know that this all better yield to a championship. Listen, guys, I'm not the negative Nancy type of guy. If you first time listening to me, I'm a realistic dude, man. I used to believe in my heart, mind, body, and soul that we was going to win the championship every year in the 90s. After the 90s, that stayed with me until we just got to a point where it was just, yeah, we're not winning nothing. But so I know that feeling of, yeah, the next year is our year. Next year is our year.
Oh, is that why you're a negative Nancy type, regardless, right now, these past few weeks?
No, it's just I don't believe you. You need more people. Like Hove said, like what you're doing hasn't been done in history. So what about this new formula you're concocting is going to get us to have success? Then Lauren was talking about success, right? What is success? Is success making it to the Eastern Conference Finals? If success winning 50 games, is that success? Or is success a championship?
Championship, obviously.
Because I don't want success if it ain't a championship. That's just how I look at it. I played ball yesterday, right? And I'm going back to the park. I played ball on Thursday. I'm going back tomorrow, right? The team I played with, I'm not in Brooklyn, by the way. I'm up in Westchester, right? So competition is not as fierce. So I'm definitely way more dominant up here. So I won 6 games in a row, Yuri. And driving to the park, I said in my mind, I am not going to lose a game today. I'm not losing the game today. These guys are not on my level. I am not going to lose a game. Guess what happened?
You lose.
I didn't lose a game, because if I would have lost the game, I would have left the park. I would have been up out of there. Because that's what success is for me. That's how crazy I am for success, man. And I'm just, it's just so much uncertainty, man. Go hire somebody. And by the way, I didn't hear nowhere that they were waiting till after the draft. Not to say that it's not credible, but I don't think that that's a smart strategy to wait till after the draft.
Listen,
because literally,
it looked like they were going to keep Tibbs until the players spoke up about it.
J-Tap said the Knicks ain't going to use that pick this season. No, J-Tap, it's not about the 50th pick. It's about being in a position to make a trade, because during the draft or right around the draft, that's when teams is making trades, man. So there might be a sweet deal for you to get into, but now because you're in transition of hiring a coach, I don't know how you do a trade without a coach there. Like, I don't know how you.
Listen,
like, that don't make sense to me.
Listen, we're gonna get our coach before draft. I'm not worried about it. Everyone's got
the clock's ticking, man. The clock's ticking, and
everyone's got their panties in a bunch. Everyone thinks there's uncertainty. Everyone believes that everything's not gonna work out in the end. Listen, I'm a fan of the Knicks, not the players of the organization.
That's how you gotta be.
Whatever move that Leon makes, I'm gonna rock with it.
Yeah, we ain't got no choice.
Exactly.
So you know what you have, Yuri? You have hope, not faith. Because faith is you believing in something that you can't control. Hope is you're hoping that they do what they got to do so everybody's be happy. That's the difference.
Listen,
faith is belief in the unknown.
Listen, all we can do is trust Leon. That's all we can do. All we can do is have hope. Listen, I get it. I'm not gonna knock you for being a negative Nancy, because Oh boy, with the past couple weeks, it's been nothing but negative Nancy's.
Am I
Well,
am
let's
I
just-
being a negative Nancy or am I just being realistic?
You're being a realistic. I'm talking about
Yeah.
other. You're being a realistic. I can appreciate that. I'm being a realistic as well. But
I'm just keeping it real, man. No one has done what you're trying to do, bro, in history of basketball.
you do know if Indiana wins Sunday, then
You can't compare yourself to Indiana because Indiana has the same coach that got them there the 2 years. Now, if we would have kept Tibbs, okay. But once you fire the coach, it makes everything else you're trying to do a lot more harder. Because you don't have the example of a new coach coming in with no stars, and now we're going to win the championship. It took Indiana time to build to this. They had to trade. They had Sabonis and Turner. They made a decision. Who should we keep? They moved off Sabonis and got Halliburton. And then they made a move for Pascal Siakam. And they brought the same team back. They ran it back. We never ran it back. And we won't run it back this year.
I'll be shocked if we do.
No, Yuri, once you fire the coach, it's a different team. It's a different system. It's not, so you can't take what you did last year and bring it to the next year when you're going to be doing something different. It's a new coach. Once you get the new coach, that means there's a new system you got to learn and you starting over. Everything brand new.
And here's the thing too. Ron said it the best too. And if Ron's probably got insides, right? We don't know what's going to happen this season. We don't know if they're going to start off good. We don't know if they're going to start off mediocre. So listen. When it comes to coaches, right? I think what they're doing right now is good. I'm not panicking. I'm gonna see how it plays out.
Yuri, can you see the screen? Can you just look at the screen?
Come on.
I just want you to look at. Do you see 26, 27 active raster cop? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You see that first apron space? It says $48 million.
Yeah.
Your boy Mikal Bridges, how much you want to pay him?
Ooh. I'm giving him 126.
Okay, 126. So you divide that by 4. That's what, 32? 30, about 31, 32. Okay, cool. So now you subtract that 31 from this first apron space. That gives you $17 million in space. How much you paying Mitchell Robinson?
10 mil.
10 million. So now that 32 becomes 42, right? So that gives you about $6 million in first apron space and approximately $18 million, maybe $19 million in second apron space.
If you're lucky.
So you'll have $19 million just by signing those two. 19 million with your contract, not the contract they really gonna get, because I think they're gonna get more than that. But let's just keep it with your contract. So you're gonna have $19 million in second apron space to sign to sign
So
four or five five players.
Question. I know you're being a realist. How would it feel for you to say, okay, I know what you're doing? If you get Giannis,
Listen, man, y'all gotta become channel members to watch the Unfiltered Thought. I ain't gonna explain that. I explained it in the Unfiltered Thought, man.
I already watched it.
I'm gonna say this, man. All you gotta do is watch the Lakers. Since 1975, they have been the pillars of success in the NBA. They've been the most successful franchise in the NBA ever since 1975 when the Buss family got involved. Why? Because they understood the fundamentals of basketball. It's not building and we're going to get these second-rate guys and we're going to build. And we're going to get a whole bunch of second-rate guys like Indiana, and we're gonna build. No, we're gonna go get Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Oh, we're gonna trade. We're gonna look through the draft if we could, you know, they made it some. I think it was a card game or somehow they got the Magic Johnson pick, whatever. They got the first pick in the draft. They got Magic Johnson. They won 5 championships in the 80s. Okay, 90s come. Magic is towards the end of his days. They did go to the finals in 91. Magic is done. That's the end of his reign.
That was the HIV era, right?
Right. So then now when Magic is done, they kind of meander for a little bit. All of a sudden, 96 draft comes. Hey, we're about due. It's about 5 years since we had a superstar. Let's go out and get Shaq. They go and sign Shaq. Mind you, before that happened, the Knicks had the opportunity to trade for Shaquille O'Neal. And you know what the Knicks said? No, we're going to continue to build with what we have. Shaq goes to LA.
Bad, though. It's not.
Okay, it's not bad. What did it do for us in the 90s, Yuri? What did we do? We made it to the finals twice. Yay! Shaq went to LA and got 3 championships. Then he went to Miami and got another championship. Lakers got 3 championships.
You must be desperate for a championship right now. Jesus.
Man, listen, man, I've been waiting for a championship my whole life, bro. It took me 30 years to realize why the Knicks, we get to the Eastern Conference Finals and we lose. We went to the finals and we lose. And look at who we lose to. Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon. Michael Jordan kicking our butts every single year. We lose to Tim Duncan, a young Tim Duncan in his second year. And you guys want me to build. You guys want me to be happy with, okay, we're going to come back and we're going to have a new coach with Brunson, Bridges, OG, and Towns and do what no one else in history has done. And I'm going to be like, yay, let's go. Our best hope is for Brunson to become that guy. And y'all don't want him to dribble. So I don't know what y'all want to do. You want Brunson to pass. You don't want Giannis. You definitely don't want KD. I don't know what y'all want, man. Y'all just want to be second place, bro. The Lakers are going to show you, and watch. We're going to be documented. I'm not done. I'm not stopping the channel. For as long as this channel go on, I'm just going to be taking a peek at LA. So when they go get, I don't know, pick a star. Okay, I give you one. When they go get Cooper Flag, when they go get Wemby, when they go get whoever in the next couple of years, I'm just going to look at y'all and say, hey, man, y'all want to keep building with the same guys. Yuri, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm. Before I go to bed.
Is this team as good as the Pistons in 2004? You probably don't even know nothing. Actually, I can't even ask you that question.
Yeah, you can, because I watched it with my pops.
You did? Okay, so put your objective fan hat on. Is this Knicks team as good as the 2004 Pistons team?
No. That's
Okay.
not even...
Hey, hold on. We're basing it on not actually playing against each other. We're basing it on how those teams were in those eras. How competitive, like, I don't want to make it like that we're going to beat the Pistons. I feel like that's the wrong way to look at history. I'm looking at where you are, right? Where you are as a team against the competition. That's how I'm asking you to do it. Don't think about Towns going up against Rasheed Wallace. No. It's about the teams in their respective eras.
In their respective eras, the
right.
Pistons were definitely the best basketball team in that era, back in 04.
Right. They won the championship.
This era, no.
Right. Our Knicks team is not the best team. And man, shoot, man. The Orlando Magic gonna shock the world this year, man. They're gonna be the Cavs of last year. As long as they stay healthy, Orlando, they gonna be tough, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. Even think about the Knicks, right? How do we match up against Orlando with the Josh Hart lineup? How do we match up with those guys? They got Suggs and Bain, right? Wagner and Ben Carroll. Who's Brunson Garden?
True.
Who Brunson Garden? Suggs, Bain, Wagner. Who is Brunson Garden? Because Brunson
Nobody.
usually guards the small forwards. So, and I'm telling you right now, Ben Carroll has the potential to be that first teamer. He's young. He's developing. He's getting better. He has the potential to be the first teamer.
That's if injuries doesn't derail him.
That's if injuries don't derail him. So, and Detroit didn't get started yet.
Yo, Detroit. Anyway, yo, go on. I got to bounce.
All right, Yuri, man. Thank you for rocking with me, man. I'm getting ready to shut it down too, man. I'm gonna finish this poll and I'm gonna shut it. Hey, man,
I think everyone's I think we're all panicking. I think everyone's panicking. I think we're gonna be fine. I'm not gonna panic. I think we're fine. I think we're gonna be great next season. I don't know why everyone's got their panties in a bunch.
I do. I mean, hello, we fired our coach.
Okay.
That's enough to have a panties in the bunch.
Okay, yeah, and
that usually means something is wrong.
Coaches too. I'm not worried about it.
All right, I respect it, man. All right, salute, man. That was Yuri. I'm ending this poll, by the way. Thought it would have got more votes, but I finalized the poll. Right? Should the Knicks move off of Wingstop? 51% said yes, trade Mikal. 34% say no, keep them both. 6% say yes, trade OG. OG, I swear to God, that dude gets the least criticism of everyone on the team. It's like OG Anunoby's the beloved superstar. I get it. He's a good player, but he makes mistakes too, bro. He has things in his game that makes you go, what the hell are you doing? But I clearly would rather move off of Mikal. All right, J-Tap, man. Listen, man. I'm going to have to start screenshotting stuff, man. Let's see. Tatum. Hold on, Wacko. Chat going kind of, hold on. He said Tatum and Brown are both threes. Nah, no. Could I tell you the difference between Jason Tatum and Brown? I'm going to tell you the difference. One, they're not a defensive liability. Either one of them can guard threes and fours. Mikal is clearly struggling at guarding point guards. Jason Tatum is an incredible rebounder, bro. Jason Tatum damn near averaging a double-double on the player. Hold on. See, this is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. Bro, I studied the game of basketball, bro. You cannot compare Tatum and Brown to Wingstop, bro. Two different scenarios, bro. Jason Tatum is averaging damn near 10 rebounds in the playoff, bro. OG Anunoby will never average anywhere near 8 rebounds, ever. That's the difference. Right? So look, this is Jason Tatum. He's averaging 8 rebounds in the regular season, bro. If Jason Tatum, oh man, I'm not even gonna say that. Jason Tatum in the postseason is averaging 11.5. My bad, Jason Tatum. I said he was averaging 10 rebounds. Jason Tatum was averaging 11.5 rebounds a game. That's the difference. OG Anunoby's not giving you nothing on the glass. So the problem with Wingstop is not whether or not they can play at certain positions on the floor. The problem is that when you have Wingstop out there, you're going to need your point guard and then another guard that can make plays, because Bridges can't do it and OG for damn sure is not doing it. And then you need a real power forward, because you're going to need rebounds. You guys are underestimating Josh Hart's 9 rebounds a game. That's why your little star lineup worked. is because Josh Hart was giving you the rebounds that you need to be competitive. You're going to lose that. So if you want to say we want to keep Wingstop and then I'm going to put another 2-guard out there, you're not going to be crashing the glass. You're going to be vulnerable on the glass. And this team needs the rebound. I told you guys, when the Knicks was dominating the rebounding matchup, their record was 35-10. You're going to lose that if you remove Hart from the lineup and you don't replace that with a rebounder. So that's the point, my brother. That's the point. Tatum can't lock down nothing either. He's better. I'm gonna tell you this. Jason Tatum, right? I know for one thing, if he was on the Knicks, he'd be starting at the 4. That ends the conversation. Tatum centers averaging 6 rebounds. That's Boston's problem, though, outspoken introvert. Bingo, you hit it on the nail. Boston has a flawed, bro. Let me say this. Boston is lucky they saw Dallas. Boston's lucky they didn't see us last year, because I think last year's Knicks team healthy would have gave Boston problems. And they also had the perfect opponent in Dallas in the finals. Even Indiana in the conference finals. Boston will wipe the floor with Indiana. Easy. You know why? Because Boston could beat them at small ball. Boston thrive. The OKC Thunder, they're best when they go with the lineup that got them there, which is the double big lineup. Boston, their best lineup is Tatum and Brown at the 4. So now I got Tatum for Siakam. And I got Brown out there for whoever else I need him to be out there for. And by the way, I got Derek White for Halliburton. He's going to chase Halliburton 94 feet, right? They also had, like I said, Dallas was tailor-made for them because Dallas had the 2 point guards, right? Now, the 2 point guards, they were defensive liabilities. So what does that mean for Boston? So who's Luka guarding on defense? Okay, so you put Luka on Drew. Who is Kyrie guarding? You know Derek White could get buckets. So Dallas was in a vulnerable position because their guards had to play defense and you couldn't hide them. So yeah, but Boston, they had a lucky or favorable matchups. I don't want to take away from their championship, but their system is flawed. You live and die by the 3, you're going to die. Okay, yes, the truth is coming out, size 9. Let me see. Coach Tatum had those rebounds because that's what his team needs from him. Tingus, niggas, and Horford can't rebound. We have Townsend Mitch. Townsend Mitch better not start, coach. Coach, you're trying to start the double big lineup. I'm letting you know right now, if you start the double big lineup, Karl Anthony Towns would not be an all-star next year. I'm saying that. You start the double big lineup, coach, Towns, and it will not be an all-star next year. You know why? Because now you're going to have Mitchell Robinson out there in the dunker spot. So now Towns is just going to be a 3-point shooter because the paint going to be clogged. It's just not, to me, offensively, it's not going to work. Now, defensively, it'll be a little bit better, but Towns can't guard 4s either. So now, what, Towns is going to guard Jason Tatum? Or Jaylen Brown? I like Towns on Jaylen Brown, to be honest, though. Oh, Coach says, I want Mitch traded. So, Coach, would you do Mitch for Bobby Portis? I think Bobby Portis would be perfect. I don't know. I'm not sure if Bobby Portis is a rebounder, though. Because you need a rebounding 4. Definitely need a rebounding 4. And when I say a rebounding 4, I'm talking about 7 rebounds. I might even talking about 8 or 9. That's if you can get 8 or 9 rebounds from a power forward, That'd be great. Look, oh man, Bobby Portis is giving you 8 boards a game. That's a guy who I wouldn't mind getting Bobby Portis. To be honest. Oh, I might need research more. Outspoken introvert. I want to trade for Triple J too, but Memphis shut it down. Hart and Mitch is 31 million. Yes. Oh man, size 9. Don't say that out loud. We're really not that as good as we thought. Damn. We can get a rebounding power forward and a combo guard. That's what I want, coach. So that's why, coach. That's why I'm saying to move off of Wingstop. We definitely got to make sure OG plays the next 3 seasons. Plays the 3. Yes. Thank you, David. That's all I'm saying. I don't listen. OG can play the 4 off the bench, to back it up, but to start him at the 4, I don't think it's good for him. I think that he's like a linebacker on defense. You put him in the help position, he might lead the league in steals next year. Off the ball, getting them little swipes like he does. I love it. And then you could switch up. Now, okay, I'm going to throw OG on the point guard. Don't let him guard the point guard for the whole game, because that's what's going to drain energy. You get a Nembhard-like guard out there. Oh, Wacko in Brooklyn, because the same challenges will persist. So if you want Bridges and OG to be your 2-3, and teams are guarding Brunson 94 feet, who's going to be your playmaker? Because Mikal Bridges can't do it, and OG for damn sure can't do it. If you put Bridges and OG at the 3-4, who's getting rebounds? Y'all underestimate Josh Hart's 9 rebounds, and I'm not going to allow Josh Hart slander on this show. Josh Hart was averaging 9 rebounds a game. You need someone to rebound, bro. You're going to get cooked on the defensive glass. If you can't rebound the ball, teams are going to be crashing on you, bro. J-Tap said Josh Hart's garbage. Stop it, J-Tap. Worldwide West spearheading this foolishness. Tell him I did it before. Okay. 2002 Pistons signed Billups, traded for Rip, drafted Prince, won 50 games, got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals. They fired Carlisle, who's a great coach, for not using his bench. Hired Brown, got Sheed and Ben champions. Yeah, but the point that you're missing though, J-Top, that wasn't all in the same year, right? You said 2002. They didn't fire their coach. No, they did. No, I'm sorry. Man, no. Hold on. Wait, let's fact check that. Because I think that the timelines is mixed up. I know they traded for Rasheed Wallace that same year. Hold on. I'm willing to entertain this conversation. I just think that, J-Tap, you're kind of like, mashing teams together a little bit. But no worries. That's why we go to research mode, man. We go to research mode, man. All right. And we going to pull it up. See what's going on. All right. Oh, no. I didn't even have to click on that. My bad. Go back. So let me just fact check myself. Okay. Yes. That was one of the examples. Okay. That was one of the 4 examples. But J-Tap, once again, we're not the Detroit Pistons, bro. We're not the J-Tap. Look at me in my eyes, bro. I met you at person. You came out to the watch party. Salute to you, J-Tap. You flew out. You flew out from the Bay. Look at me in my eyes. We are not the Detroit Pistons. We do not have what they have. They had a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. They had the best defense in basketball. We do not have that, J-Tap. We don't have that. They had 4 All-Stars. We don't have it. Sorry, J-Tap. You cannot compare us to the Pistons. You cannot compare us to the Lakers. You cannot compare us to Nick Nurse. And you cannot compare us to, not the Lakers. Was it the Lakers? I think LeBron did it twice. You cannot compare us to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Those teams have ingredients that we don't have. They have first-team All-NBAers and MVPs. We're not the Golden State Warriors. No, sir. We're not. Stop comparing us to the Pistons, bro. I wish Larry Brown never said that. Now everybody thinking we like the Pistons. Right. We're not going to win. Not just based off those changes. Let's see what Leon Rose does. Coach, Precious was my starting power forward. I'm not sure how long you've been following me, Coach, but Precious was my starting power forward to start the season. But listen, guys, look, I'm getting ready to shut it down. But before I do, I should have did this like 2 hours ago, but I'm going to do it now. I want you guys to check out my channel membership, man. A lot of the channel members, a couple of them, they pretty much dipped out. It's really late. J-Tap, he's in Cali, but J-Tap is one of my channel members and first channel mods, man. I do want to share with you guys the channel membership, man. Definitely, if you are a subscriber of this channel, you should consider joining the channel. Everyone who joins the channel gets access to the Knicks Tape Madness Discord server. It's a closed-off server where we have 24/7 Knicks chats and NBA chats and all types of chats involving sports. And it's a great way to extend the conversation with me. Now, me personally, right? Yes, J-Tab, I seen that. You should have called. But me personally, I don't like to see the open forums, right? In terms of anybody can join. My Discord server is for a select few of the supporters that like to get together to talk. This is what we do every single day. Some of the energy you see from J-Tap, we do this in the Discord server. So when you join the channel, you get access to that. But that's not the only thing you get access to. Oh, damn, I hit the join button by accident. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Back out. But that's not the only thing you get. You get the cool badges. You see my man J-Tap, he has the stars. You see my man Odios, he's a channel member and a mod. You see him, he has the badge. So you get the cool badges so we can be able to identify who you are. Also, I do members only live chats. The last show I did about a guide to the free agency to understand, a guide to the Knicks 2025 off season. I explained all of the apron rules, everything. You can go back and check out that show that was done on Wednesday. I made that a live members only chat. So that way my community could ask questions. And I like to be laser focused because when I do shows like the podcast on Mondays, I'm deep into the chat. So sometimes I do members only live chats so the members can talk, but I just need the flow because the chat gets crazy. Okay. Also, priority reply to comments. I get a lot of replies to comments because, I drop a lot of content. Every single day I drop a video, right? Every single day I drop a piece of content, a survey, something. So people like to see my reply to their comments. So one of the things that you get is you actually get priority reply to the comments, right? So that's another thing you get. Another thing you get is photos and status updates. So one of the things I do is this series called The Unfiltered Thought, okay? And it's basically something that I record usually around this time at 3 a.m. And I just be sharing content that's not necessarily for YouTube. The next Unfiltered Thought I'm going to do is going to be on Charles Oakley. I'm not going to do it tonight. Definitely going to crash. But that'll be the next one. And the last one I did was why it's impossible for the Knicks to run it back. So I do these unfiltered thought series in the middle of the night. Definitely, it's some interesting stuff. I just say it like that. Of course, members get shouted out, and of course, the members get the discount on the merch. Okay. And some of the merch I got. This one shirt behind me. I got the Captain 11 t-shirts. I got a whole bunch of stuff coming soon. And so you get a discount on the Bodega Cat, the Captain 11 mugs, all the stuff that's on shop.thisweekinsidetheknicks.com. By the way, salute to David Fonseca for becoming a channel member, man. Welcome to the channel membership. I'm gonna drop a members post, David, so you can get access to the Discord and the discount on the merch, man. I appreciate you, man. Let's see. That's the little heart next to the okay, you was giving them the advice how to sign up. But let's see. On the way out, man, I'm about to shut it down. But salute to you, David, though. I'm gonna put that look out for that members post, okay? I'm gonna try to do it tonight. If I don't do it tonight, it's because I passed out in the midst of doing it. It'll be there tomorrow. So you could take it so I can get you in the Discord, man. I appreciate the support, y'all, man. Thank you to everybody that joined, to all the callers. Salute to Yuri. Salute to my man Lauren from California. I gotta save his number. He did call before. And actually the last time he called, he also had a great call. Salute to my man Moses for calling up. Of course, my man CI, the kid from Coney, right? Yuri. Hopefully my man Juan, right, from out of South Carolina. Salute to all those guys that call up. And also, guys, salute to the chat, man. I appreciate all you guys, all the channel members. J-Tap, trying to come from my head tonight, man. I see you, J-Tap. On Dios, the super mod, right? Salute to David for becoming a channel member, right? Who else was in the building? I know Yuri was there. Wacko in Brooklyn, one of the first channel mods. Salute to you, Wacko, man. I appreciate you, man. Salute to everybody else. Size 9, I see you in the building, man. Outspoken introvert, always got good stuff. Salute to outspoken introvert. Salute the coach, man. Coach, how do I say that? Mapka or Mapka? Salute to you, coach, man. We do got another coach too, my man, Coach Sar. So we got 2 coaches now, man. Salute to you, man. Who else was in the building? I said size 9. I want to thank all you guys for popping out, man. Oh, Still Knick fans. Salute to Still Knick fans, man. Make sure you guys check out Still Knick fans. He's doing his Saturday show tomorrow. And look out for me. I'm going to be on Still Knick fans. We're going to work it out. You probably see me on there consistently. Those are my peoples over there, man. But that's all I got for you guys tonight. It's really late. Maxine gave me a look just now. She woke up. She was like, yo, you still on live? So I'm shutting it down, man. But that's all I got for you guys. And until next time, family, even no matter how I feel, it's always let's go.